lifetime of her servitude and dedication in the United States of America for 400 years. Today she still strives to continue in advancement in a society that keeps our variety safe, depressed, and in mental and physical pain. America and her cast of political leaders has stepped up these plans of unisex to complement their original plans of total destruction for our royal seed. With unisex, original black brothers will continue to lose your birthrights as caretakers of the planet Earth. The truth that the world will never admit is that all women of all colors come from the seed of the royal house of the original black people in America. Women who came from the black man tribe hides herself from the planet Earth from the original chosen people of God. America and their many allies has formed a divide and conquer plan to aim in their hiding of God's truth about his chosen people. Point. The women many races of color, from many groups called tribes in the days of old have now been called races. With this new word race, women with the help of the government of the United States of America try every way possible to take your place as head of the household of God. You must at all times be on your guard against the power of the women in the world. Many brothers in the United States are locked up in jails, prisons, or correctional institutions because of the negative influence and direction that was caused by the women of the left side. Many of the original royal seed are now in mental institutions because of the mental strain black women have portrayed in their selfish, wicked ways that were programmed in the diverse and productive culture of the United States of America. This is a good time to remind the good brothers and sisters, never forget those who strive for the truth and freedom of our chosen original black people who are locked up. Always look for a better plan of taking care of and monitoring those brothers and sisters who slipped and fell to the other side of darkness and misery. Remember the women was first created black and submissive. Submissive to you in the guidance that you take her to overcome the wickedness of the world. The truth of who you are will be known to the world again. For you, my brothers and sisters, was created on the planet Earth to be sustained and gives to the royal seed of God's chosen children. Today she, the woman, has no real thoughts of who God is. She has been made to believe that God is a mystery and a spook. You must teach her and give her God while you are on this earth. You must make her God her guard. You must make her live on earth. Never fall into those inventions that will make you forget you are her protector, teacher, her brother, her lover, her councilman, her guidance, and her judge while she is living on the planet Earth. Never let your thoughts be confused by the many tribes on the planet Earth whose job is to try and take your place. You, my brothers and sisters, are God's chosen people. You are not to let the lying politicians fool you into their plans of genocide and their new form of slavery. Always remember that all women's identity lies within the physical plane of attraction. And she, those who have sold their souls, will try to take you of your path of salvation for the children. The woman is a creature that was created for you, the original black man. Her abilities are those things that are physical. Cooking, cleaning, helping in the process of duplicating, birth, companionship, conversation, and company, fussiness. She does not have the capabilities to build you in the direction of this spiritual world. The woman is only a helper for you while you are on earth. Her mental ability will only compete with you if you are striving to prepare a way for the chosen souls of the future. She is not the spiritual consoler of any relationship. She, the woman, is the reflection of the original man in the days of old. Today, many but not all have been influenced by the negative force that tries to cover the truth of your greatness. The original black woman has been influenced to go against the original plan of freedom, justice, and black equality. Time, the invention of this society, has persuaded many to conform to the ways of those Europeans, mankind, and womankind. Europeans are your enemies who lie and deny the truth of your position on earth. They have spread falsehood in the many forms of communication, making your position on earth harder to recapture. These kinds of people who have been cursed with the disease and curse called leprosy in the days of old. In this present day, the disease has all the medical terms that are called common diseases. From the headache to the disfigurement of bones, these cursed and diseased people use millions of medical terms to keep you ignorant of their conviction. This is the difference between black and white. The color of the original man's skin is black like brown. His skin is smooth without bumps or lesions. His hair is brown and curly. Today it is called 989. You must teach all your students and disciples to always watch out for those black wicked women whose aim is to harm your ability to rule and preside over Earth's creation. The white cursed man who used to be black in color but now is whitish pale is a liar and a cheat. He has blossomed many deaths in his medical conviction alone. His mental ability to love and cherish life is not proven in his many years of killing countries to occupy land and do treasures around the world. He has robbed you of your greatness that I now give back to you. In time you will overcome the simple plan that he thinks will eliminate you. Always remember that your children are the duplication of you. Take care of yourself by taking care of your children and keep your child. Always nurture your mind by studying your great lessons that I have given my life to write for you. These lessons will now be called add-ons, as you add on to the information that will never get old. For time is the measurement that is used to keep you locked up in the pure plans of doom. With years, months, days, weeks, hours, minutes, seconds. All of these words are strokes of the pens to score the ink to give the reader in zero a feeling of relaxation and mind-blowing about the reality and position of the planet Earth. Never become comfortable in your life's lie, as many of those that were before you. As the invention of time took them off of the master plan of freedom. With time came style, models, outdated fashion, and events, customs, and many other words that keep you away from returning to your greatness and proper way of living on Earth. Start. And many thoughts that they themselves will see the difference in the struggle that have been going on since your arrival to the shores of the United States of America. Mind, body, and spiritual methods has proven true. And the white women, both are using many inventions to control your seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, and next generation of your brothers. As Hollywood picks out the best and the fittest of their population to represent their people. Most of their people are in mental institutions that we once called record colonies. Many of these inventions have just arrived about 50 years ago and have almost stopped your struggle for power. You are not equal to the women you are her ruler. Inventions such as television, cars, radio, games, sports, clothing, has placed doubt in your mind about your birthrights to rule. Brothers, you must not give up on your abilities to control this planet and everything that is on it. You must start to use your mind. With your mind you can create anything that you imagine. You brothers were given spiritual qualities that those inventions are set to destroy. By you returning back to your self-knowledge and giving yourself back to the 24 hours of the day, you can't stop your plans. Take the time out of each day to go into your mind and see the inner qualities of your great body. Your body is equipped to become a tool for the power of the Most High. Brothers are the new, clear, adding bomb of this world do not want to go off. You are the adding bomb with the power in your soul to destroy all evil. How are they stopping you? Firstly, are you brothers not taking time out to find your mental abilities? The second is that you are with the sisters too much. Both mentally and physically you have taken too much time away from yourself. Most of the women that you see today will not submit to you because your powers are weak. You brothers, do not feel bad. These negative thinking white submitting sisters that have been spoiled by the delicacies of America the harlot will be replaced. They will be replaced by sisters that will be groomed by you. This is why you have to stop and learn of your greatness. Your present foundation of living in this world has both of you fighting in the name of love. When you start to live for the spiritual world, that is, when you will return to yourself. We, as men, are spiritual creatures. Our laws are those that were left by our great teachers. Fear is an invisible wall of hate between the black man and women. And she does not feel good about her physical conviction that was they have been here for 400 years. She is now burning both sides of the candle, even with the presence of the black man and even with the white man. She is out of her right mind. She is in a place where you must leave her to herself and the troubled THS2 she is in. Once she digests the mental reflection of your teachings that you will undergo, she will return, if she is, for you. She must realize that the European culture that she is now following is not good for her. You brothers must turn back to the original plans of releasing yourself from this stubborn fear culture and fear women. This government has shown you for too many years that they cannot accept your greatness. Each day they refuse to give you what you have earned for over 400 years. As this government has taken away your ability to remember how to acquire land, cattle, and a means of governing your family and your women. Just as they brought you here 400 years ago, you are still in slavery. There is no nation of people that has been one location for 400 years and still receive welfare. You brothers are being tricked by Hollywood and the format of religion and do not do anything about your position. You brothers are here in America and must continue to fight in the name of the original struggle. Those who call themselves blacks from other lands have proven that they have their own troubles. They will only try to take your wealth, your women and your children. As they try to take your wealth, they will lie and cheat in the name of their religion to do it. Religion, a political scandal that has been spread all over the world. We, as Black Aboriginals, have no religion. We have a way of life that has nothing to do with their religion. From our way of life, many reliance have been made. The United Nations building is the new illuminati that the world is looking for. The United Nations building has failed to help our people out of the grips of the most powerful country in the world, the United States of America. The United States of America represents the new world slavery system. The rulers of each country govern their inhabitants of their country with the help of other countries. Trade of merchandise produced in each country are traded and used as a means of money. The original slave owner, the children, has opened the doors to slavery. They have hid behind the walls of government, politicians, and phony rules and regulations. They have made partners with those other governments to try and control the world. As I said before, the United Nations are the big brother to the United States of America. The United States in America has rules and regulations in every section of its borders. These sections are called states. There are different states of minds to control and constantly change the rules of the land. If you never begin to be accepted in one section called a state, you will not be accepted in another state. This will always get this ruling class of sick people living it on you. Only with the power of God will you be able to get rid of those rules that no rule you. The land and loans to help other countries are given for trade of that country's resources and their citizens. This is why certain countries' citizens come over and have more government help than others. Their government sell their citizens in the name of democracy for loans and favors from the United States. Human beings and mankind disappearing on the planet are traded from country to country. When other countries see citizens come to the United States of America, it helps the present political leaders keep confusion for their strength. The greatness of the original black man will be told. The greatness of the original black man will be used, for it is the power of the Most High God. There is no other power that is greater than the power that you brothers are. You brothers must stand united, only one. Go in a way that your minds must be in tune with each other. Point. Never forget to exercise your body and your brain. Use the zip line to win over those who wish to take your place. You have fallen from ruler to be ruled. Self-defense of the mind and body is to eliminate most of your present lifestyle. Always fight against any harmful thoughts that brings negativity in your surroundings. You in your greatness is stronger than 100 of their sick people. Attraction means to look, shine, to turn away, lean alone. So, when you feel attracted to those beasts of the field that is called womankind, remember. When you feel attracted to the black women, remember. You have to use your intellect and not your feelings. Your intelligence will bring you further and safer into the future. Remember the secret thoughts for protection and project them every day. The black original brothers are the weather. Your mind controls all that is on the planet Earth. Think about it and it will manifest into a physical reality. The earth was given to you as a gift and a responsibility. You are to rejoice and be exceedingly glad. Let not the cursed people corrupt your mind with their foolish games and inventions. Just as opposites attract, the other part of the black man is his women. The black woman is his time to rise and live better, if her present state of mind is to be regarded as weak and wicked. Only until she proves herself to reflect the positive side of the knowledge of the original purpose and struggle is she to be trusted. She must prove herself every day to be in the right position. For everyone must carry their own weight in the struggle. She must be put on point every day by giving her what is expected of you and your purpose on the planet. Once she is not on point, she must be let go, for when she is not on point, she is your enemy. She then becomes a threat to you in all that is in your circumference. Mankind and womankind are off limits to the black and his women and your children. These sick white people are no good for your development and positive productive state of mind. For 400 years, these people have caused you 400 years of trouble. They will never need to fear being cursed and their fate, for you and your black family. Those white people that have proven to be evil to you will stay evil. Those black women that can be good by nature are corrupted. Man's negative side is the black women. The black women must reflect the positive teachings of the black man, low level of creation. The white man and his women are called mankind and womankind. Mankind and womankind is another lower level of creation. They have already been judged for their sins of the past. This is the reason for the outbreak of so many diseases. These diseases are no secret. They have hide their conviction from themselves and have blamed their sickness on you. You have the ability not to feel their sickness but to contain it. To those who show respect in their actions, you are allowed to deal with them in peace. This is what the brother prophet Newton came to say. He was the spirit of truth that Jesus and Emmanuel was talking about. These people have made a religion of what we live in out of greatness. Women shall be saved by childbearing only, if she continues with the proper state of mind. This proper state of mind is soberness, and being submissive to your world. She must earn her position as a goddess in your life. She must be tested every day to prove herself right and exact. Although she is not spiritual, she can only become disciplined with the rituals that was left in our way of life. What you teach her is what you will get back in the form of reflection. She is your reflection. Those sick people have her in their frame of mind. This why she is considered out of order. It is best that you learn by yourself those things that will make you stronger. The black woman is like a tape recorder. This tape recorder is called by those who think they have knowledge. Wisdom. Wisdom is the ability to speak of the divine knowledge that you have given to her. You give her the knowledge when she deciphers it. Her job is to comfort you with her total self. Her only reason for learning is for you, the ruler of the planet. This is why the government is trying to keep you brothers wrapped up with poisons. As each day the government will try to take away your ability to communicate properly with the other part of you, the black women. It is said that the black are the women are better than Jews. That can be explained many ways. The black woman is your only vehicle for duplication. She is considered to be your earth. For good black soil has plenty of goodness, minerals, and nutrients. To give your seed a better chance of survival and growth, it is better give a good foundation to a black woman who wants to reflect your culture. Many black women today is weak-witted and easily tricked into wasting time that is needed for your survival. Wasting time being foreground into European culture of sin and shame from the soap stories, television talk shows, movies, bullying and many other distractions that are airing them. This whole world is against you and her, for you and her are one. The black or the color does not mean the better the Jews. Whatever you teach her in her foundation will be her start with you. You have to find one with the will to continue in the struggle. Make sure you do not break the covenant of mixing in royal seed. This negative side of man, the black man, is the black woman. This is why it is said that opposites attract. The original black man has a noble character. This is why this country tries to keep you in a false state of living, hoping that you never find the real you that will bring about the many positive actions. Giving peace to the black women that you accept. Always remember that a black man does not choose black women. The black women will always choose the black man. Do not try to capture these women, for they will only prey on your valuable energies. After a black woman chooses you, that is, when you can teach her, always testing her ability to reflect that part of your personality that you give her. As ruler of the planet, you must put down a foundation so you will build another part of you. This is why the black woman is considered as your helpmate. Most women that you meet will have a religion. Explain to her the difference between religion and the true way of life. Reality, including her, will give you a soulmate for making your world in peace. Your prayers are the mental transferring of thoughts that should be used to keep natural and supernatural convictions in your control. Her prayers is to control her wicked state of mind that is wicked and weak. Always remember your thoughts can be used to build or destroy. We, as original people, build to destroy and we destroy to build. This is why this government wants society to keep your mind on the false issues of the planet. Many of your brothers are now tricked into thinking about sex, money, food, sports, and other states of mind that is not your original responsibility. Leave them in their troubles and concern yourself with yourself. There are two types of people in the original black men. You have leaders and followers. To lead you must follow. So follow those who speak of black supremacy and always watch your back. Opposites attract and those who are the same repel. Many time-consuming practices that are done in this days was not done in times of your original greatness. Today the average mind of those who are like as yourself is slowed down to being called normal. This word normal can be looked on as worn out and not in the right order. To achieve the state of being normal, one has to go through the schooling of being misapplicated for about 12 years. Once the person has been proven to comply with their programs of miseducation, he or she is given a diploma. This diploma makes them available to become certified as a new slave in their new slavery system. He or she is given the title of a diplomat. With this diploma, they are happy that they can represent the new owners of slavery. This new slavery is called upon in every land that is against you. The whole world will come to America to use the original black people. You are the salt of the earth. Many of your brothers and sisters will be under the spell of ignorance. This spell is simply placed on them by fear, ignoring the facts of their circumstances. Those who fell into the materialistic trap of greed are subjected to the penalties of jail. Always remember that many that are in jail are here because of the technology of this country. Always remember them in the struggle. They are the ones that will hit you. They are the ones who have the chain up, lockdown experience. Those are the ones who are brought deeper into the system of the new slavery. The second level of this new slavery is present system. This is where the government tries to break your ability to continue in the struggle. The present proportion, my sons and daughters, are the result from the miseducation of the schooling system. For the apple does not fall far from the tree. As you grow, realize the many lies that were told to you as a child by those Europeans. Never forget that your generation can only do the best that is possible for the struggle. When asked what is the struggle, you tell them the struggle goes untold. Pick your own leaders for the struggle. A leader of my time will always explain their struggle. There will always be many struggles. As there are many, many situations that the original people were in. As we continue to find what is best for our nation. The black original nation, descendants of the first slavery living in the United States of America, continue to do good deed for your brothers and sisters. R.A.W.S. State Master Spark. Their circumference. Most black original women today are broken-hearted. Many black women today are full as those of the first slavery system. It is up to you brothers to teach and maintain the dignities that you will have in your circumference. As this society will try to make them think that another race of people can rule you and your wealthy original black women. You are the true rulers of the world. Together you, my brother and sisters, are on body. Keep your hands up and learn to listen to the language of your body. Brothers and sisters, stay in with each other and never let any tribe of people fool you in your authority over the children's future. Learn the many sounds of nature as you become imbued with the earth that surrounds your day. Listen to the sound of the wind as it goes through the trees. Listen to the rain as it splashes in the puddles. The sound of thunder is there to remind you of the power of our Father who art in heaven. Tropical storms are there to keep the balance of nature in check. To the brothers, must be the good on earth. You are the protector and teacher while you are on earth. The black woman's ability will depend on your teachings and your ability to maintain order in your circumference. Women abilities are those things that are physical. She is not the spiritual counselor of your relationship. Today what you see in many black women's heart are the effects of the confusion that has been here in America since our arrival as human cargo slaves. Many black women today are set in front of your face to discourage you from being all you can be. The original black woman has been influenced for the last 400 years to go against the original plan of freedom, justice, and true equality amongst your brothers. The time we have spent in the United States of America has persuaded many black women to conform to the filthy ways of the European mankind and womankind. These kinds of people came from a curse called leprosy. It can be looked up in the book of the law called Leviticus. These people called Canaanites also want to control your world. You must watch out for the black wicked woman, and the white cursed man and his white women. Both are using many inventions to control your seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, and next generation of your brothers. As Hollywood picks out the best and the goodness of their population to represent their people, Hollywood also wants some new brothers and sisters to help them follow the next generations of souls. Most of their people are in mental institutions that we once called leper colonies. Many of these inventions that we use each day have taken many hours in the service of the struggle. Many of these inventions have just arrived about 50 years ago and have almost stopped your struggle for freedom and the power that you seek. This power that I speak of is the power that is from God. It cannot be brought in the church, temple, or masjid. It can only be received by those who are striving to release their souls from the domination of this world. It is a higher learning that is not in your earthly universities. It is the reward of those who have sacrificed and struggled for the truth that is seldom spoken these days. To you, my brother, hold on to the truth and never deny the fruit of your labor, the truth. For the truth that I speak of is in your soul. This is why you will be lonely in your travels in this life. Learn to love yourself not in a sexual way, but take care of your body, clothed and clean by physical exercise and meditation. The highest form of meditation that I have came across is roller skating. Follow the special prayer that will give you the identity of those in the struggle before you. Teach your children as well as your helping meet these special words that I leave for you. Until your departing of the soul, always as the love that was taught by your brother Jesus. Read his message that he gave to the lost children who were your cousins. Brothers, never forget you are not equal to the black woman you are her ruler. She who is real will be glad that you are affirmed from the proud to be black in the struggle of life. Hold her as the jewel that she will become. As a diamond in the rock, you will have to move her to new responsibilities toward the planet Earth. Time will be on your side. Inventions such as television, cars, radio, games, sports, clothing, has placed doubt in your mind about your birthrights to rule. Brothers, you must not give up on your abilities to control this planet and everything that is on it. You must start to use your mind by being careful of the things you put in your mouth and the things you say out your mouth. With your mind, you can create anything that you imagine. Think of positive things to put out the lack of truth and dishonesty that keeps your nation worried. Your brothers were given the spiritual qualities that those new inventions are set to destroy. I am returning back to your self-knowledge and giving yourself back to the 24 hours of the day. You can't stop your plans towards your destruction. Always take the time out of each day to go into your mind and see the inner qualities of your great body. Your body is equipped to become a tool for the mighty power of the Most High. Brothers are the new, clear atom bomb that this world do not want to go off. You are the atom bomb with the power in your soul to destroy all evil. How are they stopping you? Firstly, are you brothers not taking time out to find your mental abilities? The second is that you are with the sisters that keeps you from the real purpose of your existence on earth. Too much fun in the sun, living in the shade. Both mentally and physically you have taken too much time away from yourself. Most of the women that you see today will not submit to you because your powers are weak. My good brothers, do not feel bad. These negative thinking, non-submitting sisters that have been spoiled by the delicacies of America the harlot will be replaced. They will be replaced by sisters that will be healed by you. This is why you have to stop and learn of your greatness. Your present foundation of living in this world has both of you fighting in the name of love. When you start to live for the spiritual world, that is, when you will return to yourself. As men, you are a spiritual creature. Your laws are those that were left by our great teachers. There is an invisible wall of hate between the black man and women. And she does not feel good about the physical conduction that we have been in for 400 years. She is now burning both sides of the candle. Even with the presence of the black man and even with the white man. Many black women of this time is out of their right of mind. She is in a state of mind where you, my good brothers, must leave her. You must leave her to herself and the troubles that she has created to keep you from finding out yourself. Once she digests the mental reflection of your new teachings that you will undergo, she will return, if she is, for you. She must realize that the European culture that she is now following is not good for her. Why it is not good for her? Because it is not good for you, my brother. My brother must turn back to the original plans of releasing yourself from this government and fear women. This government has shown you for too many years that they cannot accept your greatness. Each day they refuse to give you what you have earned, for over 400 years. As this government has taken away your ability to remember how to act with your land, cattle, and a means of governing your family and your women. Just as they brought you here 400 years ago, you are still in slavery. There is no nation of people that has been in one location for 400 years and still receive welfare. Your brothers are being tricked by Hollywood and the format of religion. You do not do anything about your position. Your brothers are here in America and must continue to fight in the name of the original struggle. Those who call themselves blacks from other lands have proven that they have their own troubles. They will only try to take your wealth, your women and your children. As they try to take your wealth, they will lie and cheat in the name of their religion to do it. Religion, a political scheme that has been spread all over the world. We, as Black Aboriginals, have no religion. We have a way of life that has nothing to do with their religion. From our way of life, many religions have been made. The United Nations building is the new illuminati that the world is looking for. The United Nations building has failed to help our people out of the grips of the most powerful country in the world, the United States of America. The United States of America represents the new world slavery system. The rulers of each country govern their inhabitants of their country with the help of other countries. Trade of merchandise produced in each country are traded and used as a means of money. The original slave owner's children has opened the doors to slavery. They have hid behind the walls of government politicians and phony rules and regulations. They have made partners with those other governments to try and control the world. As I said before, the United Nations are the big brother to the United States of America. The United States in America has rules and regulations in every section of its borders. These sections are called states. There are different states of minds to control and constantly change the rules of the land. If you never begin to be accepted in one section called a state, you will not be accepted in another state. This will always give this ruling class of sick people winning edge on you. Only with the power of God will you be able to get rid of those rules that no rule you. Governmental loans to help other countries are given for trade of that country's resources and their citizens. This is why certain countries' citizens come over and have more government help than others. Their government sell their citizens in the name of democracy for loans and favors from the United States. Humans being and mankind, the sick being on the planet, are traded from country to country. When other countries see citizens come to the United States of America, it helps the present political leaders keep confusion for their strength. The greatness of the original black man will be told. The greatness of the original black man will be used, for it is the power of the Most High God. There is no other power that is greater than the power that you brothers are. You brothers must stand united, unified with one goal in a way that your minds must be imbued with each other. Point. Never forget to exercise your body and your brain. Use discipline to win over those who wish to take your place. You have fallen from the order to be ruled. Self-defense of the mind and body is to eliminate most of your present lifestyle. Always fight against any harmful thoughts that brings negativity in your surroundings. You in your greatness is stronger than 100 of their sick people. Attraction means to look, shine, to turn away, leave alone. So, when you feel attracted to those beasts of the field that is called womankind, remember. When you feel attracted to the black women, remember. You have to use your intellect and not your feelings. Your intelligence will bring you further and safer into the future. Remember the secret thoughts for protection and project them every day. The black original brothers are the weather. Your mind controls all that is on the planet Earth. Think about it and it will manifest in your physical reality. The earth was given to you as a gift and a responsibility. You are to rejoice and be exceedingly glad. Let not the cursed people corrupt your mind with their foolish games and inventions. Just as opposites attract, the other part of the black man is his women. The black woman at this time 1998, in her present state of mind, is to be regarded as weak and wicked. Only until she proves herself to reflect the positive side of the knowledge of the original purpose and struggle is she to be trusted. She must prove herself every day to be in the right position. For everyone must carry their own weight in the struggle. She must be put on point every day by giving her what is expected of you and your purpose on the planet. Once she is not on point, she must be let go, for when she is not on point, she is your enemy. She then becomes a threat to you in all that is in your circumference. Mankind and womankind are off limits to the black and his women and your children. Basic white people are no good for your development and positive productive state of mind. For 400 years these people have caused you 400 years of trouble. They will never need to fear being cursed and their hate for you and your black family. Those white people that have proven to be evil to you will stay evil. Those black women that can be good by nature are corrupted. Man's his negative side is the black women. The black women must reflect the positive teachings of the black man. Low level of creation. The white man and his women are called mankind and womankind. Mankind and womankind is another lower level of creation. They have already been judged for their sins of the past. This is the reason for the outbreak of so many diseases. These diseases are no secret, but they have hide their conduction from themselves and have blamed their sickness on you. You have the ability not to heal their sickness but to contain it. To those who show respect in their actions, you are allowed to deal with them in peace. This is what the brother prophet Newton came to say. He was the spirit of truth that Jesus was talking about. These people have made a religion of what we did in our greatness. Women shall be saved by childbearing only, if she continues with the proper state of mind. This proper state of mind is soberness, and being submissive to your world. She must earn her position as a goddess in your life. She must be tested every day to prove herself right and exact. Although she is not spiritual, she can only become disciplined with the rituals that was left in our way of life. What you teach her is what you will get back in the form of reflection. She is your reflection. Those sick people have her in their frame of mind. This why she is considered out of order. It is best that you learn by yourself those things that will make you stronger. The black woman is like a tape recorder. This tape recorder is called by those who think they have knowledge. Wisdom. Wisdom is the ability to speak of the divine knowledge that you have given to her. You give her the knowledge when she deserves it. Her job is to comfort you with her total self. The only reason for living is for you the ruler of the planet. This is why the government is trying to keep you brothers drugged up with poisons. As each day the government will try to take away your ability to communicate properly with the other part of you, the black women. It is said that the black are the women are better than Jews. That can be explained many ways. The black woman is your only vehicle for duplication. She is considered to be your earth. For good black soil has plenty of vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. To give your seed a better chance of survival and growth, it is better give a good foundation to a black woman who wants to reflect your culture. Many black women today is weak-witted and easily tricked into wasting time that is needed for your survival. Wasting time being programmed into European culture of sin and shame from the soap stories, television talk shows, movies, Hollywood and many other distractions that are around them. This whole world is against you and her, for you and her are one. The black or the color does not mean the better the Jews. Whatever you teach her in her foundation will make her start with you. You have to find one with the will to continue in the struggle. Make sure you do not break the covenant of mixing in royal seed. This negative side of the black man is the black women. This is why it is said that opposites attract. The original black man has a noble character. This is why this country tries to keep you in a false state of living, hoping you never find the real you that will bring about many positive actions. Giving peace to the black women that you accept. Always remember that a black man does not choose black women. The black women will always choose the black men. Do not try to capture these women, for they will only play on your valuable energies. After a black woman chooses you, that is, when you can teach her, always trusting her ability to reflect that part of your personality that you give her. As ruler of the planet, you must put down a foundation so you will build another part of you. This is why the black woman is considered as your helpmate. Most women that you meet will have a religion. Explain to her the difference between religion and the true way of life. The ability in grooming her will give you a soulmate for maintaining your world in peace. Your prayers are the mental transferring of thoughts that should be used to keep natural and supernatural conditions in your control. Her prayers is to control her with the state of mind that is within and weak. Always remember your thoughts can be used to build or destroy. We, as original people, know to destroy and we destroy to build. This is why this government wants society to keep your mind on the false issues of the planet. Many of your brothers are now tricked into thinking about sex, money, food, sports, and other states of mind that is not your original responsibility. Leave them into your troubles and concern yourself with yourself. So are two types of people in the original black men. You have leaders and followers. To a leader you must follow. So follow those who speak of black supremacy and always watch you back. Opposites attract and those who are the same repel. Many times the same practices that are done in this days was not done in times of your original greatness. Today the average height of those who are alike as yourself is slowed down to being called normal. This word normal can be looked on as worn out and not in the right order. To achieve the skill of being normal, one has to go through the schooling of being miseducated for about 12 years. Once the person has been proven to comply with their programs of miseducation, he or she is given a diploma. This diploma makes them certified as a new worker in their new slavery system. He or she is given the title of a diplomat. With this diploma, they are happy that they can represent the new owners of slavery. This new slavery is called upon in every land that is against you. The whole world will come to America to use the original black people. You are the salt of the earth. Many of your brothers and sisters will be under the spell of ignorance. This spell is simply placed on them by fear, ignoring the facts of their circumstances. Those who fell into the materialistic trap of greed are subjected to the penalties of jail. Always remember that many that are in jail are here because of the technology of this country. Always remember them in the struggle. They are the ones that will help you. They are the ones who have the chain up, lockdown experience. Those are the ones who are brought deeper into the system of the new slavery. The second level of this new slavery is the present system. This is where the government tries to break your ability to continue in the struggle. The present population, my sons and daughters, are the result from the mishandling and the miseducation of the schooling system. For the apple does not fall far from the tree. As you will grow, and realize the many lies that were told to you as a child by those Europeans. Never forget that your generation can only do the best that is possible for the struggle. When asked what is the struggle, you tell them the struggle goes untold. Pick your own leaders for the struggle. A leader of my time will always explain their struggle. There will always be many struggles. And there are many, many situations that we original people are in. As we continue to find what is best for our nation. The black original nation, descendants of the black slavery living in the United States of America, continue to dig deep for you brothers and sisters. I.A.W.S. State Master Spark. Black Equality Limited, crack team from the hilltop of Brooklyn, is looking for those black girls to represent in upcoming BBS commercials and tours. Black Equality is looking for those girls who are not afraid to bury Hall. We are looking for those who want to get paid and everything to the war of oppression in this new slavery system that many don't want to see. If you are sexy, learn and enjoy revealing your beautiful body. Black Equality is looking for your help in fighting the evil in high places. Black Equality has arrived to New York to get those who are willing to learn and enjoy the life that was given to them. Black Equality and their team will provide the teaching and training of those who wish to learn the truth about this life. From hip hop ministry to the most erotic clothesline, we of Black Equality is out in this world helping those who are stuck in the world of sin and illusion. You can now become the shining light for those who have fallen into the darkness. Black Equality is now working to add information about the original man and woman's greatness. We are looking for new acts to replace those who sold out to the white producers and their plan for our children's doom. We will take over our positions in the field of hip hop to make it the music we want our children to grow to. As we provide the heroes of the night to advance our children to become more responsible towards their contribution to our black family. Becoming a Black Equality Queen of the Night is an honorable position for all black women of leisure. Black Equality is division of back-to-back blackness. Founder this division is Brooklyn's one and only, Champagne. Nano Champagne ran throughout the night as Brooklyn's best player. Nano Champagne will soon start her own line of exotic clothes line. Nano Champagne keeps it real with her Dare to Be Real slogan, Sexy Bitch, International, Body Trap, and Good Pussy Girl. These real ideas for the real in. Become a member of the Protest family in the New York area. You can now come out of your closet and become the true bitch that you are. As Lady of the Night, you are summoned to become the freak that you are. Never let society tell you how to get your free cum. As the world is clothing, you will become the best of the best in the one city that takes no rest. Chosen as the goddess of working elite. Pleasing and pleasing those who want to be unrighteous and living in sin. Let us help you meet those unrighteous men. The slave of your pleasure. Pleasure for you to add onto your world. Lady Champlain has been doing well towards the Brown Isle, Bedford-style, Bushwick, and the East New York area. Madame Champagne, with her eye to the heavens, she is traveling to bring pleasure and lots of fun to those who are willing to learn and earn their way. As Lady Champagne has said, life is too short not to have your daily fun. So, ladies of the night, if you are interested in joining the best flavor of plants, give Lady Champagne a call. For she is the madam of madams, the bitch of all bitches. Your personal guide to fantasy and fun. For more interesting opportunities of pleasure and fun, call today for your personal interview. The lady of choice, Madam Champion. Some people are not the same. We have to have our one. We are the rulers of this thing. And we shall begin a life of our own. 2005. It's 2005 and the time has come to announce the hip hop plan of unity. And one. So I took my thoughts to the rapping game. To put the known and count in the Hall of Fame. To give me the payback, show you my rhymes. At this particular date and area of time. There is one thing of importance that you all shall learn. Every brother that you see is not the same. And fear no reason that I can't see. A grown man rolling his eyes at me. I asked him for a price and I couldn't believe the many dollar bills that he wanted from me. One was down the block trying to take my girl. With that lame excuse he's trying to save the world. Never teaching of peace and the message of love. When the world is big enough for everyone. Stop dissing yourself and learn the deal. Research the facts and get for real. I am in your town. There is no reason to mess around. I am an insider who went through the fire. Here to take your mind a little bit higher. With fresh oils for you to smell. To take your mind from your state of hell. Decorate your body with silver and gold. Turning wise plans for generation control. I greet you in the morning before you see your boss. And wish you well. At night, of course. From this level of new life's degree. The known and count that you can't see. I send you peace throughout the universe. Every day. With the famous lines that you hear me say. As someone will rage and wall lack and some. Sending peace through the city as I travel on. I am the king of the day. Ruler of the night. I have you in check and always my sight. As I teach you what you. The news casting news on me. When you wake up in the morning, you might turn on your radio to hear the news. You wake up in the morning and you might turn on your television. Your choice of television channel may be CBS, NBC, Flash, Acton, 9, ABC World, Fox 5. No matter what channel on the TV you look at, the media's first job is to keep you going in your direction. The direction of sin, hate, fear, separation, and opposite to your original plans of living in America. As you friendly newscaster announces stories of hate and racial violence, rape, robbery, killings, muggings, and all conduct that is promoted by Hollywood, the media, radio, television, newspapers, magazines, or the word of mouth is all set to keep you the original people of God separated and divided. As a fearfully of God on earth, you must always remember to control your every second of time. One of their objectives are on television, magazines, and radio to make money from commercial advertisement. This word money that is a root word from the word family. The word family means all, as this society has moved to in the giving yard, for fear branded money. So, as to the people who work for the media corporations are getting paid to keep you out of mind of what is real. The media to keep you in a trance of fear and confusion. This fear and delusion is the friend product of fear, environment. As the newscaster tell you about the school system that the government is in charge of, Then they report about the food poisoned in the meat that was imported from another country. Reports of fires that was started from the Christmas tree. They will even try to keep you at the TV to tell you the numbers that you betted in the lottery. They never tell you about you and your greatness. They never tell you about the new slavery that you were in. Television is here to keep you off the path of truth and salvation. The television has many programs to keep you in your grips. The news department is the department that stirs up confusion and keeps the rich feel like as they are stars and want to be liked. The news media keeps the poor fighting against the poor, as their reporters go out to get stories in their district to keep your mind off of the real solutions of the liberation. As the reporter look to write about incidents to stir up all the negative that are taught in their schools and the TV, controlling the masses of the people by instigating. The media is mostly white uses of the group of races to cover up all the disease and lawlessness that is performed by their people. For 400 years, we blacks, or the descendants of the first slavery system, has been lied to, falsely accused, and railroaded into their jails of state. The newscaster for our homes worked hard to destroy any unity that we have in black supremacy. If you stop and look at the types of stories that is reported in the different news medias, you would see that all stories are the result of the teachings and culture that is not the original people's. It is about a people in control, making money off of people out of control. Reporter jobs are to entertain you with information that will keep you running to your television each day. To entertain you to make you, and stop what you are doing, and enter their world. Entertain is the same as detain. As their job is to detain you, you are put under their spell of subliminal suggestions. Through these subliminal suggestions, you are told to get up and buy this product, drink this soda, and have sex with this race of people. Through subliminal suggestions, you are told that they are the rulers and you are the worker. The media has different programs that are designed to give your mind many deranged choices. These choices keeps you wondering in their world, trying to be what their script writers say and do. Programmers use people or volunteer races to portray a perfect world and government, cutting your soul to a world of lust, greed, murder, and sin. The news programs is used in the United States of America to control the lives of citizens who have placed their trust in this system. That being the new slavery system dream to the world. As Walt Disney's World creates your mind on their cartoons. The weathermen and women who predict the weather trying to control your everyday. They tell their audience people not to come out because it is too cold. All of their false information is to destroy your hopes of finding out pure city of confusion. What is your life is really about? The news that you see on television is selected to keep you under their spell of ignorance. Ignorance is ignoring the facts that state master presents to you. Why, with all the money that we have as black people, why don't we have any television stations? A black television station that talks about real issues. The real issues is that we are being held in a country by hypnotic truths and false facts. We have been here for 100 years. When will we be free as a nation of black people? When will we have our own president? When we have our own land? When will other countries realize that we are here? The reason and answer to all of these questions and more will be answered by State Master Spark. I represent the kingdom of God. Living in the United States of America, you are more of a slave than the first slavery movement. Today, people do not realize that they are slaves. Those who do are sworn to secrecy. The definition of the word secrecy means concealment from the observation of others. The other is like the other race. The media has people who are scared to live and scared to die, living in a city without a reason why. Each day you let the news from the television, radio, and the newspaper control your morning, noons, and nights. With their system of control, you are made to believe anything that they tell you. You are like their tugged on strings. The news media are doing nothing but broadcasting and rebroadcasting hate and violence. Hate and violence that Hollywood programs throughout the world is a reflection of this present day society. Each day you are watching your television, they are feeding you what they want you to do, say, act, or represent. The definition of the word news is N for north, E for east, W for west, S for south. These letters that spell the word NEWS is defined to represent something that has just taken place or something that has recently happened. This is not the reason that they called it news. The reason that they called it NEWS is the radius of the broadcast. The reason is that, as this country is divided into states, is to control the original people by small concentrated areas. Each state of control is further divided into areas known as cities, counties, boroughs, and neighborhoods. Each section is controlled by a larger section until it is overseen by the federal government. The federal government is supposed to be run by the President of the United States, making this country the United States of America the largest plantation in the world. Cities, counties, towns, villages, and boroughs. This country uses the weathermen and women to cast a spell its citizens by first predicting the weather and then repeating it hundreds of times. The government, by way of television and the many medias, has taken away your ability to think and create it. As the Emperor team reads the message of hate, murder, robbing, and killing that is highly honored, they never tell you about the real issues of living your life. They would love for you to remain in the same frame of mind for another 400 years. The North, East, West, and South is the call letter to the radius of their broadcasting control. And they overlap and come back with the next radius, which is the next town or state. The radio that you listen to is called a radio because of the distance the radio waves have. This distance is called radius because it can be heard from the place of broadcast in a circle. So, as you are hearing what happens in your area, there are other areas that are giving people totally different views. If you are in New York City, you will hear hate violence and racial troubles. If you are in Albany, New York, you will hear of the things that will make Albany progress. In New York City, the more crimes that its citizens do, the more the people from out of state get paid. So the media plays on people's minds to get them to fight one another. This country is the second slavery system, and the games of execution was well planned, but now weak. The term broadcast is the affects that it does to the minds of the weak. It places a hypnotic spell to all those who came to this country for peace and love. As the political figures, both black and white, are carrying out the plans of those who have come against the laws of God and His commandments. The second phase of slavery continues in this country unnoticed. Those who were affected with the spiritual curse that manifested on earth and leprous, or are looking for guidance, now turn to the TV guide. As the controllers of the media do their job to fool the masses of the people. The smell of lust, greed, hate, and killing is feed to the minds of these sick people each day. To feed the race issue, sports are produced in this society to keep anger, betting of money, gambling, and more waste of time. As many millions are daily looking at sports games, play on sports, or spending money on the sports clothes and equipment to look like a sports figure. Sports are talked about each night to time the grips of fear control. The word sport is the name of a place where boats dropped the slaves off into this country. The word sport is really. Port is where ships stop from trips at the sea. The news media is one of the many corporations that the news slave owners use to control your mind. These people are now being judged for the inhumane treatment that they have done to God's elect. North, East, West, and South. All times of the world, these people who are not dealing with the rights of God chosen will get their reward. State Master Spark. The word pussy is defined as a cat. The word cat is the word used to represent one, a small domestic animal, to any animal in the lion family. The word pussy is also a slang. This word pussy brings the disfiguration of faces and is recorded as a curse word. The slang word pussy today is said to be one of the private parts of the female species of human. In the medical field, this word pussy is not used. In the field of medicine, it is called the virgina. Those women who have not performed any sexual contact with the opposite sex is called a virgin. It is also defined as abstaining from all unlawful sexual relations, be it men, women, dog, cat, or schoolmate. The medical field has information that could be taught in the general schooling of our childhood. The Board of Education's program for learning was established to keep our children from emptying their true identity. The information that is allowed to be taught by their professional brain combinators is to distract, derange, and to tear down the works of our presence in the United States of America. In school, the proper names of the enemy of the body should be taught so our children will not think the word pussy, or titty, or dick is so bad. Once the children are taught about all the parts of the body in the words that are taught in the medical field and taught how the human body works with words that are not in the medical field, language is the terminology of the street the children are using. Then the knowledge of the human body and how it is supposed to be used will be understood. As I define the word pussy to you, and as you read the word your mind takes over and tells you that the word is disrespectful. We must start to teach our children real facts about this world, this country and the different people that live in this country point the advantages of living in this country, the disadvantage we have experienced while we are living in this country. The truth of this world will not be erased by those few human beings that feel that the dark powers that they preface will influence the majority. Elsie is the slang terminology for the parts between the women's legs. This pussy, as it is called by many millions of people on this planet, originated from the disease of leprosy that was placed on the original black man. This curse left him without melanin. This kinesial, melanin is the chemical that helps distribute the energy from the sunday. This is the reason we are not taught that the sun is the power plant for this planet Earth. This pussy that you were taught in school that is so nasty is the pussy that these black sick people from the European nations had, who now carry this disease of leprosy and sexually transmit these diseases that they caught from carrying the seed of the dog. Pussy is really pussy, the pus and germs that these sick people carry between their legs. This is the reason we the original black people were warned to leave them alone. The word attraction that these people have, because their skin is whitish or I should say pale point they do attract and we should leave them alone. Attract, shun. So the next time you feel attracted to the sick cousin of yours, remember, you have to put your feelings aside and use your intellectual state of mind. You must open your eyes and deal with the facts. We are a black original nation of people that have love and warmth for all living life forms on the planet. We must use this love to protect ourselves from becoming contaminated with this disease that these sick people have. The preachers and false teachers say that the word pussy is unholy in the church. The reason is they did not want you to remember why the slaves put out this slang word pussy. Peace to the original people who take heed to this letter of love that I am sends to you. There will be many ways that you can receive these letters of love as the love grow in your neighborhood. The definition of the word curse is said to mean the bringing down of evil or harm upon someone. To swear at someone -1, to use profane language. Profane is defined as not correct with religion. To serve into the base what is holy. The church wants to keep you in fear without realize about what is proper and what is not. This is the way the church has built our people since we arrived on the shores of the United States of America. Poor white trash. Question. State Master Spark. You have said many times that we are in a new slavery system. Why are those people, who are white or call themselves white men and women, face the same problems that we do? First of all, those sick black people have lost their color due to a spiritual curse that leads their life to discomfort or not at peace. This, from the word dis, which has the meaning of taken away and ease. The word comfort from the word peace. These people's life of comfort and grace was taken away from their lifestyle. The Most High was angry with Ham, the son of Noah. All the seed was cursed. Those people who are cursed has always been used by the so-called politicians of this government. The government is a temporary body for a voted it was the same year, 2 years to every 4 years. These people's job has been to control and oppress. When we were trying to come out the first slavery movement, we did not know who to deal with for the proper negotiating, because we did not trust any of those sick people. We did not realize that the government is not the rulers of this country, they are the middle people. The real rulers of THS country is the powers of darkness and the large corporations. These corporations, with their large contributions of money, placed every president in office. The senators and the congressmen are those people who represent the low-class white people in this country, tribal leaders of other tribes. By the people votes, these men are sent to the White House so they can get money and programs to ensure fear caused as pawns on the chessboard. Contracts for Muslims so they can squeeze the original slaves tighter and tighter. Through the breaking of every one of our ideas, laws, this country has established an empire that will shortly fall. Those what have failed people's major problem is their health. This is Why you blacks from all over the world are allowed to come to America. Through the United States missionary work of religion, the United States of America has built to destroy every country that she felt that she can use. Those people who are in these countries that is now exploited by the United States of America are allowed to come to America. That agreement that is made between your ruler of that country. The rulers become more destructive with its people of the land. This in turn caused the people of that country to come to the United States of America. Once they get in the United States, if America they work hard, send the money back to their country. As they send the money back home to their country for its living. Vote the United States for your ruler, and your dictator or ruler, for you sending money, clothes, and whatever you send. You are caring for your loved ones' trauma, but you also tighten the grip around their necks. Where their loved ones are trapped off by the dictators and the politicians over in your country. As you feel that it is so wonderful to be in a country that treats them so nice. As we the original slaves are pushed further down the ladder of their success. Because we original people of the first slavery movement in the United States of America are not going for the traps that we have seen for 400 years. The world will always have problems that they won't be able to solve. As long as you and the world don't recognize that we are the true rulers of the planet, you will be caught in their simple game of slavery. The world has been taught hate us original people of the first slavery. When they know deep down in their hearts that they want to be like us. We are the salt of the earth. There are many of those sick people who worship in the three major religions looking for inner peace. And there are some who sacrifice some of us in their devilish rituals. One thing for sure they lie, because they themselves are being used by the ones who control governments. White people have more problems than you can think of. This is why they try to hold us back. This is why they try to live their foolish life to the fullest physical degree. Their main objective is to bring you with them in all the things they do. So, as you think that they are doing you right, they are doing you wrong. To give you an example, I out count the senses that you were born with, as taught by your teachers. You are supposed to have 5 senses. Those 5 senses are seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling. These people who you say are your friends tell you to eat 3 times a day and have snacks between meals. Eating 3 times a day puts a strain on your digestive system. By way of having to digest food all day and night. Your large intestine and your small intestine starts to get full and backs up. You are still eating because you think it is the right thing to do. After all your teacher told you it is all right. 3 meals a day and snacks in between. So now your entire system starts to strengthen. You start to have a pot belly. People with pot bellies are supposed to be living a good life. That is your physical determination from people who are sick and are illiterate. Now your system starts to back up and the food that you ate yesterday did not have a chance to digest. Or not justly, because you keep overstuffing yourself. Now the smell of your food from yesterday that is spoiled starts to stink and people tells you your breath is stinking. Not only your breath is stinking, you now have poison spoiled food in your body. Your other systems are overloaded and now your liver and your liver don't work properly. The loyal glands are blocked with dirt because you did not wash your face all day. You have been away from home and you don't use our culture called voodoo. This is one reason that you have bad breath. You may want to protect those sick white people because we are by nature soft at heart. But this time the supernatural and spiritual is here. There is no stopping us. The truth will be told. The truth is the medicine that we, as original, have to use. The truth will untie the traps that around the necks of our children. So when the food stamp people are giving you all that food, don't think they are doing you a favor. When the Department of Correction gives you 3 meals a day and let you hide in your cell, they are not doing you a favor. You are working and can provide food on your table. They are not doing you a favor. We original people are the rulers of the entire planet Earth. If you notice, scientific is not extending any help in our struggle to get what is ours. The cursed white people are put in classifications of the grading system. Here are rich people who have been rich since that their families had slaves. They so-called change the laws and put the slavery system on legal business. And they tried to hide the fact that slavery exists. Slavery and slavery gets them the same wealth and power. They use words such as corporation, those who are cooperating; organization, those who organize the movement; government, those who govern and control the people. White people use workers to be like pawns on their chessboard. They use every part of the original people from our time in labor, the mental jobs and positions, our blood from hospitals to blood banks, hearts, lives, livers, every part of our body is used to keep their life going all over the world. So you have the military, you have the religious body, and the politicians to control this new form of nothingness that is slavery. The people who govern your affairs were given states. This is why each part of this country has different laws. This law ensures them that the originals will never be released. This is why the original people started to come to the city. From the top offices in Washington, D.C., the maker of the laws of the land to and from us discovered the country. All the delegates of Congress and the Senate that come from the United States rule us as slaves. Those poor white trash and that come from other countries in the field great machine of slave air will always try to keep you down. As the general population is supposed to be represented by those elected officials. We are the last on their minds to receive anything that will benefit us. For when we start on finding out what is going on, that is, when we the original black people who are descendants of the first slavery movement in America will excel and we will not need their representation. We have to come together and go for ours. Nobody is giving you nothing unless you deserve it. By using the unity that we have all over the world, we can eliminate those who have always offered us. We have been taught that there is 24 hours in a day. We also have been taught that each day is special and that tomorrow never comes. Point with these thoughts are used in our mind. Why do our present leaders in politics and the religious community agree on long-term solutions to help the many situations cut our neighborhood faces? For many years, our leaders have sat at the bargaining table and had their own family in mind, selling out the people that they represent. The level of education of the leaders who represent the black community are being taught by those who have enslaved the minds of our people for over 400 years. How can those who are in politics think that one day the truth of their confusion would not be told? For years, the government of the United States of America, engaged in politics, has mishandled the lives of our people. Those who are of African slave descent should be able to see the plans for our destruction. Point every day of our lives, the members of Congress, the governors, mayors, and all the Senate and state representatives plan to hold us, the original people, in the traps that were set by the former slave owners. The education system of this great country has failed to give our people education so we can become self-sufficient. As the Board of Education lies to offer children with superficial knowledge that will be of no use in their future, politicians try to blind our people with false facts, lies, and phony situations that will never undo the traps that were purposely put here by those who are in control of the government in the name of politics have given our people false promises every 2 or 4 years since our arrival to the shores of the United States on slave ships. Depending on what government official is running, the lies that they tell our people are easily accepted. Campaign promises are never thought of after the election. The sad part of this is that our present-day political leaders that are black are faced with the same problems of the past, as they sit at the table with the same people who created the problems. The problems are real. The solutions that they agree on are weak and will never be able to help those of the neighborhood. As a believer in fear number trap that has you people trapped into a world of the tomorrow that never comes. Point as you pray for help instead of helping yourself. This government has you to those who worship. This is another lie that leads us to control you, the original people of the planet. Point each day you run to the newspaper stand to fill your mind with more fear and worry. Point some run to see if they get the number legal and illegal. Point some want to see the sport for their favorite sport. Point well, all of you have ran away from your responsibility toward yourself first and the children second. You sit on the train bringing that to the fact of life, hoping that your governor or mayor of your town pull you through these bad times. For your information, they are the ones that put you in this situation that you are in. The politicians are not the savior. Why? More and more money is allowed for large corporations to promote the killings, the rappings, and all the subliminal suggestions that are put on the radio, television, and the news. Electronic games to train the general public to kill, hate, and steal more. Instead of looking for the answers that are in your soul, you walk around like zombies of the living dead. You have fallen asleep in the search for money, sex, get prize. You have abandoned your creator and the high level of decency that we are. Wake up to the truth of yourself, fear no longer, for I am is here leaving a trail of answers for your troubled soul. State Master Spark the teaching man, there is one question that I would like to address today. It is a question that most of my children do not understand. Once I answer the question, there will be many more. This will give you a foundation on how to take away one of the problems that you face each day. Question: why do you black people that are original say that the sick black man boy is now called the white man, from the curse of leprosy, is brainwashing the original black children in the public schools? Answer: the Board of Education is designed to teach our children their version of what they want us to believe is education. This disservice that is provided by the law of the land keeps the original black people stripped and fooled. This law of the land is said to provide education. This education they are talking about is the same education that has put our children under some strange spell that has them killing each other, robbing each other, raping, and disrespecting all forms of life. You cannot get good fruit from a bad tree. The educational system along with the correctional system are not doing anything for our people but destroying their minds. You cannot get good fruit from a bad tree, and that's what's happening to our children. As the children spend the most important part of their growing years in an environment that has been proven to destroy their productivity and peaceful existence on the planet Earth. As the children are growing up in these schools, 6 hours or more a day, for 20 to 16 years of their lives, productive young lives. Any person who stops and take a close look can see that the present school system is not doing anything positive for our children. What they are doing is putting your child in their new form of slavery. The school system promises your child that if they do good that they will give them a job. If they do good from those 12 years of education and brainwashing away their greatness, they will only be able to work and be the new slaves for the sick black man who is now wish to be called white. After performing 12 years of service in the form of going down to their lies and false information, 12 years of our lives being educated only to be prepared for the laboring market. Every aspect of their skill is scientifically prepared to strip your child from their higher thoughts, morals, rituals of culture, and great history of the past. The first stage is give them useless knowledge to waste their precious time of curiosity. Mixing both in what genders male and female in the same environment. This lost their foundation to be paired with the wrong characters. The character it breeds are those of the deteriorating value. Those of jealousy, anger, hatred. Starting dishonest, values that escalates as the grades grow up. As the child is taken away from their household without firm foundation. This was suggested by those congressmen and senators who have helped Thrift Start and Baker programs. These programs are here to have new return as part of the labor force and school disposable. Start. While the child medium is still in their growing stages. Through forced labor, high rents, depression, recessions, and the procedure of layoffs. These congressmen and new Roman gladiators who use such bragging fiddles as senators, senators. Sim. To run it. In our direction, ours, in our future souls young and old. Mayor really means mayor. Made is the permission giving when you vote and accept their diction as ruler of the people. Or the word or is the name of fear taken God, Hilar. Hilar is spelled many ways and its definition is fire. The word Hilar means fire. There are many words that are used to give recognition to their taken God of the fire. This fire god that these people who were once black and now have a curse of leprosy on them was their only means of keeping warm in the new climate that was called the Caucasus Mountains. This is where they get the name Europe from. Means fire and rope was the 11 major tribes that came out of them. There are many names that keep these people in the worship of their ancestors. Senate or maid or govern the people with the power of the earth or war. You are being the 5 principles that was established many years ago. These will go against everything that our brothers who were called prophets taught the people. The word prophet really stands to represent 2 words. These 2 words are one group 2. If the word prophet are 2 words that really mean prove it, go, that. When someone asks you, are you going to do something? The word are is you are means fire. Other words such as you are, no, earth power, pro, flower, you are, sour, so you are, all words with endings with the letters are, you are, or, and air, give praises to the pagan god of fire. And now, becomes levy over time as they rotate the stock. Half the deal given the government's bid.
From a 30-day stretch to a new life within, you want to go back.
Go back as you are living in the dark. Lockdown, stressed out body parts. The crowding factor found in your blood. They need another pipe to you overcome. The spring bank is empty, no more in store. Reset so your children can't get them more. The city is a junkyard, just as planned. With body parts for the rich white man. Another day worker standing in line. For the worship of dead presidents 9 to 5. Nurse, doctors, ambulance workers do. Getting paid lovely to see your child come rough. Teachers, point preachers, and newscasters do. Spreading false facts, casting their spell on you. Phony tribal leaders in politics. Lying to out people every chance that they get to be king and derange your precious mind. While Hollywood fill you up with lust, sex, and crimes, body parts, it is time to come alive. And then with your people of the other side. Some people got eyes but their mind can't see. Ears and they're trying not to hear me. Talking loud with nothing to say. Living without a lesson every day. With a better understanding of all the reasons why. We are not just a family, we are a royal tribe. Alive with the facts, so come join the fun. One kick there's no color, so come along everyone. While on the habitual state of mind making you born. With the spirit of truth and peace, for you to carry on. Never stumble in the darkness. Always use the light. And cut off all those who are not right. There will be no more mixing about a royal seed. It is time to live in truth and righteous harmony. No more living other people's lives. State Master Spark is here to bring you back alive. You got false religions and life is a sham. Corruption and scandal of the devil's plan. Every minute of your life, since the beginning of time. They tried to keep you from the truth and destroy your mind. Minister and preachers spreading spooky lies. Guns overseas with international crime. There is no future in packing and marrying. No love you wanna do, where you wanna go. State Master Spark. Topic continuation of the struggle. Authority r.a.w.s. Spark. This is a series of letters to my sons and daughters of this new slavery movement. This letter is written to show you both male and female that there is a difference between the both sexes. You brothers must always keep in mind that the movement of unisex and women's life is a business. A business that was created out of wise and misinterpretation of what is real. This business of unisex was implemented into your everyday life to take away your authority as rulers on earth. As each year this country may have it is to make the black original and think that you are like a woman. You are reminded to strive each day and to take control of your responsibilities as rulers of the planet Earth. Never forget that in your mind that most black women are itching will always try to take your place. The reason is that since your arrival as human cargo, this country has turned the reality of life backwards. Today, society has given the black women the authority to rule over you by holding you black original back. Through his education and many truths that are demonstrated each day, you brothers are fighting a battle against the whole planet. The power of attraction that has been taught to the black women who is worldly will turn you into a weak and helpless beast. If you, as overseers of the planet, do not study the knowledge that has been left by our great leaders, you must regain to instill your rightful place as caretakers of the planet. Do not let any women, black, white, Chinese, or any one of them trade places with your birthright. Those who are not submissive to the teaching of our greatness will seduce you into the many acts of shame. Remember, knowledge of self is the key to untangle the web of lies that you will find out in your travels. Today, many black women is the first line of defense for this country new slavery system. Today, many black women, in their ignorance of our agricultural lifestyle, has given the sick white man our wealth in the form of time and fear concern. For 400 years we have been waiting for these teachings to turn over the thoughts of our oppressors. Today, as many black women continue to advance in a society that keeps us, as a people chosen by God in pain, she disregarded the truth of her existence on the planet Earth. Many black women have stepped off the plans of unisex, thinking that she would eventually take over the whole world. With the laws of unisex, you, as brothers, will lose your rights as caretakers of the planet Earth. Women hides herself in the different races of color, pretending that they are different. You were told not to have sexual contact with the cursed seed of the house of Canaan, the white people. In falling for the teaching of the politicians' truths, such as racial harmony, desegregation, integration, you black brethren have lost your mind in being defiant. Many black brothers are now locked up in the many institutions. Many are feared for the greed of the material world. Many are feared because of the tricks of the women. Many are feared as playing a part of the struggle. These jail and detentions are traps that were set up to continue the slavery in America and to erase your drive in the struggle. Many of you are doing time in mental institutions because of the mental strain black women can create. As you date ahead of black women that was always looking for the finer things in life. Brothers and good sisters, never forget those brothers and those sisters that are dedicated to the struggle for truth and freedom. Treat them with the respect that they deserve. What you put in is what you will get out. Each brother and sister has to carry their weight in doing positive deeds for the future of our children. Never forget those who have been fooled into thinking that they have the answers to your soul. Those who are locked up must be informed of the many ways of learning their cultural degrees of self-knowledge. Those who are locked up must learn the truth of government. Always look for better plans of taking care of those who went to the other side in darkness. For the woman was created on the planet Earth and she has no thoughts of who God is. She is the reflection of the brightest light that has come to her circumference. Most black original women today are broken-hearted. Many black women today are full as those of the first slavery system. It is up to you, brothers, to teach and maintain the devotees that you will have in your circumference. As this society will try to make them think that another race of people can rule you and your wealthy original black women. You are the true rulers of the world. Together you, my brother and sisters, are embodied. Keep your heads up and learn to listen to the language of your body. Brothers and sisters, stay in tune with each other and never let any tribe of people fool you in your authority over the children's future. Learn the many sounds of nature as you become in tune with the earth that surrounds your day. Listen to the sound of the wind as it goes through the trees. Listen to the rain as it splashes in the puddles. The sound of thunder is there to remind you of the power of our Father who art in heaven. Tropical storms are there to keep the balance of nature in check. To the brothers, must be the good on earth. You are the protector and teacher while you are on earth. The black woman's ability will depend on your teachings and your ability to maintain order in your circumference. Women abilities are those things that are physical. She is not the spiritual counselor of your relationship. Today, what you see in many black women's heart are the effects of the confusion that has been here in America since our arrival as human cargo slaves. Many black women today are set in front of your face to discourage you from being all you can be. The original black woman has been influenced for the last 400 years to go against the original plan of freedom, justice, and true equality amongst your brothers. The time we have spent in the United States of America has persuaded many black women to conform to the filthy ways of the European mankind and womankind. These kinds of people came from a curse called leprosy that can be looked up in the book of the law called Leviticus. These people called Canaanites also want to control your world. You must watch out for the black wicked women, and the white cursed man and his white women. Both are using many dimensions to control your seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, and next generation of your brothers. As Hollywood picks out the best and the fitness of their population to represent their people, Hollywood also wants some new brothers and sisters to help them fool the next generations of souls. Most of your people are in mental institutions that we once called leper colonies. Many of these inventions that you use each day have taken many hours in the service of the struggle. Many of these inventions have just arrived about 50 years ago and have almost stopped your struggle for freedom and the power that you seek. This power that I speak of is the power that is from God. It cannot be brought in the church, temple, or masjid. It can only be received by those who are striving to release their souls for the damnation of this world. It is a higher learning that is not in your earthly universities. It is the reward of those who have sacrificed and struggled for the truth that is seldom spoken these days. To you, my brother, hold on to the truth and never deny the fruit of your labor, the truth. For the truth that I speak of is in your soul. This is why you will be lonely in your travels in this life. Learn to love yourself not in a sexual way, but take care of your body, calm and brain by physical exercise and meditation. The highest form of meditation that I have came across is roller skating. Follow the special prayer that will give you the identity of those in the struggle before you. Teach your children as well as your helping make these special words that I leave for you. Until your departing of your soul, always us the love that was taught by your brother Jesus. Read his message that he gave to the lost children who were your cousins. Brothers, never forget you are not equal to the black women you are good ruler. She who is real will be glad that you are a firm, calm, proud to be black in the struggle of life. Hold her as the jewel that she will become. As a diamond in the rough, you will have to mold her to your responsibilities toward the planet Earth. Time will be on your side. Inventions such as television, cars, radio, games, sports, clothing, has placed doubt in your mind about your birthrights to rule. Brothers, you must not give up on your abilities to control this planet and everything that is on it. You must start to use your mind by being careful of the things you put in your mouth and the things you say out your mouth. With your mind, you can create anything that you imagine. Think of positive things to put out the lack of truth and dishonesty that keeps your nation worried. You brothers work into the spiritual qualities that those new inventions are set to destroy. Are you returning back to your self-knowledge and giving yourself back to the 24 hours of the day? You can't stop your plans towards your destruction. Always take the time out of each day to go into your mind and see the inner qualities of your great body. Your body is equipped to become a tool for the mighty power of the Most High. Brothers are the nuclear atom bomb that this world do not want to go off. You are the atom bomb with the power in your soul to destroy all evil. How are they stopping you? Firstly, are you brothers not taking time out to find your mental abilities? The second is that you are with the sisters that keeps you from the real purpose of your existence on earth. Too much fun in the sun, lemonade in the shade. Both mentally and physically you have taken too much time away from yourself. Most of the women that you see today will not submit to you because your powers are weak. My good brothers, do not feel bad. These negative thinking, non-submitting sisters that have been spoiled by the delicacies of America the harlot will be replaced. They will be replaced by sisters that will be human. This is why you have to stop and learn of your greatness. Your present foundation of living in this world has both of you fighting on the name of love. When you start to live for the spiritual world, that is, when you will return to yourself. As then you are a spiritual creature. Your laws are those that were left by our great teachers. Fear is a visible wall of hate between the black man and women. As she does not feel good about her physical conduction that we have been in for 400 years. She is now burning both sides of the candle. Eating with the presence of the black man and eating with the white man. Many black women of this time is out of their right mind. She is in a state of mind where you, my good brothers, must leave her. You must leave her to herself and the troubles that she has created to keep you from finding out yourself. Once she digests the mental reflection of your new teachings that you will undergo, she will return, if she is, for you. She must realize that the European culture that she is now following is not good for her. Why it is not good for her? Because it is not good for you, my brother. You brother, my brother, must turn back to the original plans of releasing yourself from this government and dear women. This government has shown you for too many years that they cannot accept your greatness. Each day they refuse to give you what you have earned for over 400 years. as this government has taken away your ability to remember how to act with your land, cattle, and a means of governing your family and your women. Just as they brought you here 400 years ago, you are still in slavery. There is no nation of people that has been in one location for 400 years and still receive welfare. Your brothers are being tricked by Hollywood and the format of religion and do not do anything about your position. Your brothers are here in America and must continue to fight in the name of the original struggle. Those who call themselves blacks from other lands have proven that they have their own troubles. They will only try to take your wealth, your women and your children. As they try to take your wealth, they will lie and cheat in the name of their religion to do it. Religion, a political scheme that has been spread all over the world. We, as black original, have no religion. We have a way of life that has nothing to do with their religion. From our way of life, many religions have been made. The United Nations building is the new illuminati that the world is looking for. The United Nations building has failed to help our people out of the grips of the most powerful country in the world, the United States of America. The United States of America represents the new world slavery system. The rulers of each country govern their inhabitants of their country with the help of other countries. Trade of merchandise produced in each country are traded and used as a means of money. The original slave owner's children has opened the doors to slavery. They have hid behind the walls of government, politicians, and phony rules and regulations. They have made partners with those other governments to try and control the world. As I said before, the United Nations are the big brother to the United States of America. The United States in America has rules and regulations in every section of its borders. These sections are called states. There are different states of minds to control and constantly change the rules of the land. If you rather begin to be accepted in one section called a state, you will not be accepted in another state. This will always get this ruling class of sick people winning it on you. Only with the power of God will you be able to get rid of those rules that no rule you. Governmental loans to help other countries are giving for trade of that country's resources and their citizens. This is why certain countries' citizens come over and have more government help than others. Their government sell their citizens in the name of democracy for loans and favors from the United States. Humans being and mankind the sick being on the planet are traded from country to country. When other countries see citizens come to the United States of America, it helps the present political leaders keep confusion for their strength. The greatness of the original black man will be told. The greatness of the original black man will be used, for it is the power of the Most High God. There is no other power that is greater than the power that you brothers are. You brothers must stand united, unified with one goal in a way that your minds must be in with each other. Point. Never forget to exercise your body and your brain. Use discipline to win over those who wish to take your place. You have fallen from ruler to being ruled. Self-defense of the mind and body is to eliminate most of your present lifestyle. Always fight against any harmful thoughts that brings negativity in your surroundings. You in your greatness is stronger than 100 of their sick people. Attraction means to look, shine, to turn away, leave alone. So, when you feel attracted to those beasts of the field that is called womankind, remember. When you feel attracted to the black women, remember. You have to use your intellect and not your feelings. Your intelligence will bring you further and safer into the future. Remember the secret thoughts for protection and project them every day. You black original brothers are the weather. Your mind controls all that is on the planet Earth. Think about it and it will manifest into a physical reality. The earth was given to you as a gift and a responsibility. You are to rejoice and be exceedingly glad. Let not the cursed people corrupt your mind with their foolish games and inventions. Just as opposites attract, the other part of the black man is his women. The black woman at this time 1998, in her present state of mind, is to be regarded as weak and wicked. Only until she proves herself to reflect the positive side of the knowledge of the original purpose and struggle is she to be trusted. She must prove herself every day to be in the right position. For everyone must carry their own weight in the struggle. She must be put on point every day by giving her what is expected of you and your purpose on the planet. Once she is not on point, she must be let go, for when she is not on point, she is your enemy. She then becomes a threat to you and all that is in your circumference. Mankind and womankind are off limits to the black and his women and your children. These sick white people are no good for your development and positive productive state of mind. For 400 years these people have caused you 400 years of trouble. They will never admit to fear being cursed and their fate, for you and your black family. Those white people that have proven to be evil to you will stay evil. Those black women that can be good by nature are corrupted. Man's his negative side is the black women. The black women must reflect the positive teachings of the black man. Low level of creation. The white man and his women are called mankind and womankind. Mankind and womankind is another lower level of creation. They have already been judged for their sins of the past. This is the reason for the outbreak of so many diseases. These diseases are no secret, but they have hide fear conduction from themselves and have blamed fear sickness on you. You have the ability not to feel fear sickness but to contain it. To those who show respect in fear actions, you are allowed to deal with them in peace. This is what the brother prophet Newton came to say. He was the spirit of truth that Jesus was telling about. These people have made a religion of what we did in our greatness. Women shall be saved by childbearing only, if she continues with the proper state of mind. This proper state of mind is soberness, and being submissive to your world. She must earn her position as a goddess in your life. She must be tested every day to prove herself right and exact. Although she is not spiritual, she can only become disciplined with the rituals that was left in our way of life. What you teach her is what you will get back in the form of reflection. She is your reflection. Those sick people have her in fear frame of mind. This why she is considered out of order. It is best that you learn by yourself those things that will make you stronger. The black woman is like a tape recorder. This tape recorder is called by those who think they have knowledge. Wisdom. Wisdom is the ability to speak of the divine knowledge that you have given to her. You give her the knowledge when she deserves it. Her job is to comfort you with her total self. Her only reason for living is for you, the ruler of the planet. This is why the government is trying to keep you brothers drugged up with poisons. As each day the government will try to take away your ability to communicate properly with the other part of you, the black women. It is said that the black are the women the better the Jews. That can be explained many ways. The black woman is your only vehicle for duplication. She is considered to be your earth. For good black soil has plenty of vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. To give your seed a better chance of survival and growth, it is better give a good foundation to a black woman who wants to reflect your culture. Many black women today is weak-witted and easily tricked into wasting time that is needed for your survival. Wasting time being programmed into a European culture of sin and shame from the soap stories, television talk shows, movies, bowling, and many other distractions that are around them. This whole world is against you and her, for you and her are one. The blacker the color does not mean the better the juice. Whatever you teach her in her foundation will be her start with you. You have to find one with the will to continue in the struggle. Make sure you do not break the covenant of mixing in royal seed. This negative side of the black man is the black woman. This is why it is said that opposites attract. The original black man has a noble character. This is why this country tried to keep you in a false state of living, hoping you never find the real you that will bring about many positive actions. Giving peace to the black women that you accept. Always remember that the black man does not choose black women. The black women will always choose the black man. Do not try to capture these women, for they will only play on your valuable energies. After a black woman chooses you, that is, when you can teach her, always testing her ability to reflect that part of your personality that you give her. As ruler of the planet, you must put down a foundation so you will build another part of you. This is why the black woman is considered as your helpmate. Most women that you meet will have a religion. Explain to her the difference between religion and the true way of life. Humility in grooming her will give you a soulmate for maintaining your world in peace. Your prayers are the mental transferring of thoughts that should be used to keep natural and supernatural conditions in your control. Her prayers is to control her with a state of mind that is within and weak. Always remember your thoughts can be used to build or destroy. We, as original people, build to destroy and we destroy to build. This is why this government wants society to keep your mind on the false issues of the planet. Many of your brothers are now tricked into thinking about sex, money, food, sports, and other states of mind that is not your original responsibility. Leave them in their troubles and concern yourself with yourself. There are two types of people in the original black men. You have leaders and followers. To the leader you must follow. So follow those who speak of black supremacy and always watch you back. Opposites attract and those who are the same repel. Many time-consuming practices that are done in this phase was not done in times of your original greatness. Today the average mind of those who are elect as yourself is slowed down to being called normal. This word normal can be looked on as worn out and not in the right order. To achieve this goal of being normal, one has to go through a schooling of being misapplicated for about 12 years. Once the person has been proven to comply with their programs of miseducation, he or she is given a diploma. This diploma makes them certified as a new worker in their new slavery system. He or she is given the title of a diplomat. With this diploma, they are happy that they can represent the new owners of slavery. This new slavery is called upon in every land that is against you. The whole world will come to America to use the original black people. You are the salt of the earth. Many of your brothers and sisters will be under the spell of ignorance. This spell is simply placed on them by fear, ignoring the facts of their circumstances. Those who fell into the materialistic trap of greed are subjected to the penalties of jail. Always remember that many that are in jail are here because of the technology of this country. Always remember them in the struggle. They are the ones that will help you. They are the ones who have the chain of lockdown experience. Those are the ones who are brought deeper into the system of the new slavery. The second level of this new slavery is the prison system. This is where the government tries to break your ability to continue in the struggle. The prison population, my sons and daughters, are the result from the mishandling and the misapplication of the schooling system. For the apple does not fall far from the tree. As you will grow, and realize the many lies that were told to you as a child by those Europeans. Never forget that your generation can only do the best that is possible for the struggle. When asked what is the struggle, you tell them the struggle goes untold. Pick your own leaders for the struggle. A leader of my time will always explain their struggle. There will always be many struggles, as there are many, many situations that we original people are in, as we continue to find what is best for our nation. The black original nation, descendants of the first slavery living in the United States of America, continue to good game for you brothers and sisters. R.A.W.S. State Master Spark. Black Equality, the new hip-hop team from the hilltop of Brooklyn, is looking for those fly girls to represent in upcoming BTS commercials and tours. Black Equality is looking for those girls who are not afraid to bury Paul. We are looking for those who want to get paid and at the same time fight the secret war of oppression in this new slavery system that many don't want to see. If you are sexy, willing and enjoy revealing your beautiful body, Black Equality is looking for your help in fighting the evil in high places. Black Equality has arrived to New York to get those who are willing to learn and enjoy the life that was given to them. Black Equality and their team will provide the teaching and training of those who wish to learn the truth about his life. From hip-hop ministry to the most erotic clothes line, we of Black Equality is out in this world helping those who are stuck in the world of sin and illusion. You can now become a shining light for those who have fallen into the darkness. Black Equality is now looking to add information about the original man and woman's greatness. We are looking for new acts to replace those who sold out to the light producers and their plan for our children's doom. We will take over our positions in the field of hip-hop to make it the music we want our children to grow to. As we provide the thrills of the night to enhance our children to become more responsible towards their contribution to our black family. Becoming the Black Equality Queen of the Night is an honorable position for all black women of leisure. Black Equality is division of back-to-back blackness. Founder this division is Brooklyn's one and only Champagne. Madame Champagne known throughout the night as Brooklyn's best player. Madame Champagne will soon start her own line of exotic clothes line. Madame Champagne keeps it real with her dare to be real slogan, sexy bitch, international, body trap, and good pussy girl. These real ideas for the real in. Become a member of the Hotest family in the New York area. You can now come out your closet and become the true bitch that you are. As Lady of the Night, you are summoned to become a freak that you are. Never let society tell you how to get your free cum. As you wear these clothing, you will become the best of the best in the one city that takes no rest. Chosen as the goddess of working elite, teasing and pleasing those who want to be unrighteous and living in sin. Let us help you make those unrighteous men the slave of your pleasure. Pleasure for you to add on to your world. Lady Champagne has been doing love lookups the Brown Isle, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Freshwick, and the East New York area. Madam Champagne, with her right to the heavens, she is traveling to bring pleasure and lots of fun to those who are willing to learn and earn their way. As Lady Champagne has said, life is too short not to have your daily fun. So, ladies of the night, if you are interested in joining the best flavor of plants, give Lady Champagne a call. For she is the madam of madams, the bitch of all bitches. Your personal guilt to fantasy and fun. For more interesting opportunities of pleasure and fun, call today for your personal interview. The lady of choice, Madam Champagne. Some people are not the same. We have to have our one. We are the rulers of this thing. And we shall begin a life of our own. 2005. It's 2005 and the time is come to announce the hip hop plan of unity. And one. So I took my props to the rapping game. To put the known and count in the Hall of Fame. To give you the payback, show you my rhymes. At this particular day and area of time. There is one thing of importance that you all shall learn. Every brother that you see is not the same. And fear no reason that I can't see. A grown man rolling his eyes at me. I asked him for a price and I couldn't believe the many dollar bills that he wanted from me. One was down the block trying to take my girl. With that lame excuse he's trying to save the world. Never teaching of peace and the message of love. When the world is big enough for everyone. Stop dissing yourself and learn the deal. Research the facts and get for real. I am is in your town. There is no reason to mess around. I am the new sire who went through the fire. Here to take your mind a little bit higher. With fresh oils for you to smell. To take your mind from your state of hell. Decorate your body with silver and gold. Tell you wise plans for generation control. I greet you in the morning before you see your boss. And wish you well. At night, of course. From this level of new life's degree. The known and count that you can't see. I send you peace throughout the universe. Every day. With the famous lines that you hear me say. As Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam. Sending peace through the city as I travel on. I am the king of the day. Ruler of the night. I have you in check and always my sight. As I teach you what you. The newscast and there is smell on you. When you wake up in the morning, you might turn on your radio to hear the news. You wake up in the morning and you might turn on your television. Your choice of television channel may be CBS, NBC, Opti, 9, ABC or Fox 5. No matter what channel on the TV you look at, the media's first job is to keep you going in their direction. The direction of sin, hate, fear, separation and opposite to your original plans of living in America. As your friendly newscaster announces stories of hate and racial violence, rape, robbery, killings, muggings, and all conduct that is promoted by Hollywood, the media via radio, television, newspapers, magazines, or the word of mouth is all set to keep you the original people of God separated and divided. As a plea of God on earth. You must always remember to control your every second of time. One of their objectives are on television, magazines, and radio to make money from commercial advertisement. This word money that they live for is from the word omni. The word omni means all. As this society has no full individual for fear granted money. So, as to the people who work, For the media corporations are getting paid to keep your mind of what is real. The media to keep you in a trance of fear and confusion. This fear and illusion is the from the product of fear, environment. As the newscaster tell you about the school system that the government was in charge of, then they report about the food poison in the beef that was imported from another country. Reports of fires that was started from the Christmas tree. They will even try to keep you at the TV to tell you the numbers that you betted in the lottery. They never tell you about you and your greatness. They never tell you about the new slavery that you age were in. Television is here to keep you off the path of truth and salvation. The television has many programs to keep you in your grips. The news department is the department that stirs up confusion and keep the rich feel as their stars and want to be likes. The news media keeps the poor fighting against the poor, as their reporters go out to get stories in their district to keep your mind off of the real solutions of the liberation. As these reporters look to write about incidents to stir up all the negative that are taught in their schools and the TV, controlling the masses of the people by instigating. The media, who is mostly white, uses of a group of races to cover up all the disease and lawlessness that is performed by their people. For 400 years we blacks, who are the descendants of the first slavery system, has been lied to, falsely accused and railroaded into their jails of state. These newscasters who are cons work hard to destroy any unity that we have in black supremacy. If you stop and look at the types of stories that is reported in the different news medias, you would see that all stories are the result of the teachings and culture that is not the original people's. It is about a people in control, making money off of people out of control. Reporter jobs are to entertain you with information that will keep you running to your television each day. To entertain is to make you, and stop what you are doing, and enter their world. Entertain is the same as detain. As their job is to detain you, you are put under their spell of subliminal suggestions. Through these subliminal suggestions you are told to get up and buy this product, drink this soda, and have sex with this race of people. Through subliminal suggestions you are told that they are the rulers and you are the worker. The media has different programs that are designed to give your mind many deranged choices. These choices keeps you wandering in their world trying to be what their script writers say and do. Programmers use people of all their races to portray a perfect world and government, cutting your soul to a world of lust, grief, murder, and sin. The news programs is used in the United States of America to control the lives of those citizens who have placed their trust in this system. That being the new slavery system dream to the world. As Walt Disney's World keeps your mind on their cartoons. The weathermen and women who predict the weather trying to control your everyday. They tell their audience people not to come out because it is too cold. All their false information is to destroy your hopes of finding out pure city of confusion. What is your life is really about? The news that you see on television is selected to keep you under their spell of ignorance. Ignorance is ignoring the facts that state master presents to you. Why, with all the money that we have as blacks people, why don't we have any television stations? A black television station that talks about real issues. The real issues is that we are being held in a country by hypnotic tricks and false facts. We have been here for 400 years. When will we be free as a nation of black people? When will we have our own president? When we have our own land? When will other countries realize that we are here? The reason and answers to all of these questions and more will be answered by State Master Spark. I represent the kingdom of God. Living in the United States of America, you are more of a slave in the first slavery movement. Today people do not realize that they are slaves. Those who do are sworn to secrecy. The definition of the word secrecy means concealment from the observation of others. The other is like the other race. The media has people who are scared to live and scared to die, living in a city without a reason why. Each day you let the news from the television, radio, and the newspaper control your morning, noons, and nights. With their system of control you are made to rely on anything that they tell you. You are like their puppet on strings. The news media are doing nothing but broadcasting and rebroadcasting hate and violence. Hate and violence that Hollywood programs throughout the world is a reflection of this present-day society. Each day you are watching your television, they are feeding you what they want you to do. say, act, or represent. The definition of the word news is N for north, E for east, W for west, S for south. These letters that spell the word NEWS is defined to represent something that has just taken place, or something that has recently happened. This is not the reason that they call it news. The reason that they call it NEWS is the radius of the broadcast. The reason is that, as this country is divided into states, is to control the original people by small concentrated areas. Each state of control is further divided into areas known as cities, counties, boroughs, and neighborhoods. Each section is controlled by a larger section until it is overseen by the federal government. The federal government is supposed to be run by the President of the United States, making this country, the United States of America, the largest plantation in the world. Cities, counties, towns, villages, and boroughs. This country uses the weathermen and women to cast a spell at citizens by first predicting the weather and then repeating it hundreds of times. The government, by way of television and the many medias, has taken away your ability to think and create it. As the anchor team reads the message of hate, murder, robbing, and killing that is highly honored, they never tell you about the real issues of living your life. They would love for you to remain in the same frame of mind for another 400 years. The North, East, West, and South is the call letters to the radius of their broadcasting control. As they overlap and come back with the next radius, which is the next town or state. The radio that you listen to is called a radio because of the distance the radio waves have. This distance is called radius because it can be heard from the place of broadcast in a circle. So, as you are hearing what happened in your area, there are other areas that are giving people totally different news. If you are in New York City, you will hear hate, violence, and racial troubles. If you are in Albany, New York, you will hear of the things that will make Albany progress. In New York City, the more crimes that its citizens do, the more the people from out of state gets paid. So the media plays on people's mind to get them to fight one another. This country is the second slavery system, and their games of execution was well planned, but now weak. The term broadcast is the affects that it does to the minds of the weak. It places a hypnotic spell to all those who came to this country for peace and love. As the political figures, both black and white, are carrying out the plans of those who have gone against the laws of God and His commandments. The second phase of slavery continues in this country unnoticed. Those who were affected with the spiritual curse that manifested on earth as leprous, or are looking for guidance, now turn to the TV guide. As the controllers of the media do their job to fool the masses of the people. This spell of lust, greed, hate, and killings is feed to the minds of these sick people each day. To feed the race issue, sports are produced in this society to keep hinder, betting of money, gambling, and more waste of time. As many millions are daily looking at sports games, play on sports, or spending money on the sports clothes and equipment to look like a sports figure. Sports are talked about each night to tighten the grips of their control. The word sport is the name of a place where boats drop the slaves off into this country. The word sport is really. Port is where ships stop from trips at the sea. The news media is one of the many corporations that the new slave owners use to control your mind. These people are now being judged for the inhumane treatment that they have done to God's elect. North, East, West, and South. All sides of the world, these people who are not dealing with the rights of God chosen will get their reward. State Master Spark. The word pussy is defined as a cat. The word cat is the word used to represent a small domestic animal to any animal in the lion family. The word pussy is also a slang. This word pussy brings the disfiguration of faces and is recorded as a curse word. The slang word pussy today is said to be one of the private parts of the female species of human. In the medical field, this word pussy is not used. In the field of medicine, it is called the virgina. Those women who have not performed any sexual contact with the opposite sex is called a virgin. It is also defined as abstaining from all unlawful sexual relations, be it men, women, dog, cat, or schoolmate. The medical field has information that could be taught in the general schooling of our childhood. The Board of Education's program for learning was established to keep our children from obtaining their true identity. The information that is allowed to be taught by their professional brain combinators is to distract, derange, and to tear down the works of our presence in the United States of America. In school, the proper names of the enemy of the body should be taught so our children will not think that the word pussy, or titty, or dick is so bad. Once the children are taught about all the parts of the body in the words that are taught in the medical field and taught how the human body works with words that are not in the medical field, slang which is the terminology of the streets the children are using, then the knowledge of the human body and how it is supposed to be used will be understood. As I define the word pussy to you, and as you read the word your mind takes over and tells you that the word is disrespectful. We must start to teach our children real facts about this world, this country and the different people that live in this country. Point the advantages of living in this country, the disadvantage we have experienced while we are living in this country. The truth of this world will not be erased by those few human beings that feel that the dark powers that they practice will influence the majority. Elsie is the slang terminology for the parts between the women's legs. This pussy, as it is called by many millions of people on this planet, originated from the disease of leprosy that was placed on the original black man. This first left him without melanin. This melanin is the chemical that helps distribute the energy from the sunday. This is the reason we are not taught that the sun is the power plant for this planet Earth. This pussy that you were taught in school that is so nasty is the pussy that these black sick people from the European nations had, who now carry this disease of leprosy and sexually transmit these disease that they caught from carrying the seed of the dog. Pussy is really pussy, the pus and germs that these sick people carry between their legs. This is the reason we the original black people were learned to leave them alone. The word attraction that these people have, because their skin is whitish, or I should say pale point, they do attract and we should leave them alone. Attract, shun. So the next time you feel attracted to the sick cousin of yours, remember, you have to put your feelings aside and use your intellectual state of mind. You must open your eyes and deal with the facts. We are a black original nation of people that have love and warmth for all living life forms on the planet. We must use this love to protect ourselves from becoming contaminated with this disease that these sick people have. The preachers and false teachers say that the word pussy isn't holy in the church. The reason is they did not want you to remember why the slaves put out this slang word pussy. Peace to the original people who take heed to this letter of love that I am sends to you. There will be many ways that you can receive these letters of love as the love grow in your neighborhood. The definition of the word curse is said to mean the bringing down of evil or harm upon someone. To swear at someone -1, to use profane language. Profane is defined as not correct with religion, to serve and to debase what is holy. The church wants to keep you in fear where they'll realize about what is proper and what is not. This is the way the church has fooled our people since we arrived on the shores of the United States of America. Poor white trash. Question. State Master Spark. You have said many times that we are in a new slavery system. Why are those people who are white or call themselves white men and women face the same problems that we do? First of all, those sick black people have lost their color due to a spiritual curse that leads their life to discomfort or not at peace. Dis. From the word dis, which has the meaning of taken away and ease. The word comfort from the word peace. These people's life of comfort and grace was taken away from their lifestyle. The Most High was angry with Ham, the son of Noah. All his seed was cursed. Those people who are cursed has always been used by the so-called politicians of this government. The government is a temporary body who are voted into office every year, 2 years to every 4 years. These people's job has been to control and oppress. When we were trying to come out the first slavery movement, we did not know who to deal with for the proper negotiating, because we did not trust any of those sick people. We did not realize that the government is not the rulers of this country, they are the middle people. The real rulers of THS country is the powers of darkness and the large corporations. These corporations, with their large contributions of money, placed every president in office. The senators and the congressmen are those people who represent the low-class white people in this country. Tribal leaders of other tribes. by the people's votes. These men are sent to the White House so they can get money and programs to ensure fear caution, as pawns on the chessboard. Contracts for busing so they can squeeze the original slaves tighter and tighter. Through the breaking of every one of our righteous laws, this country has established an empire that will shortly fall. Those Watapale people's major problem is their health. This is why you blacks from all over the world are allowed to come to America. Through United States missionary work of religion, the United States of America has built to destroy every country that she felt that she can use. Those people who are in these countries that is now exploited by the United States of America are allowed to come to America. An agreement that is made between your ruler of that country. The rulers become more destructive with its people of the land. This in turn causes the people of that country to come to the United States of America. Once they get in the United States, if America they work hard, send the money back to their country. As they send the money back home to their country for its living. Both the United States for your labor, and your dictator or ruler for you sending money, clothes, and whatever you send. You are caring for your loved ones, but you also tighten the grip around their necks. Where their loved ones are trapped off by the dictators and the politicians over in your country. As you feel that it is so wonderful to be in a country that treats them so nice. As we the original slaves are pushed further down the ladder of their success. Because we original people of the first slavery movement in the United States of America are not going for the traps that we have seen for 400 years. The world will always have problems that they won't be able to solve. As long as you and the world don't recognize that we are the true rulers of the planet, you will be caught in their simple game of slavery. The world has been taught hate us original people of the first slavery. When they know deep down in their hearts that they want to be like us. We are the salt of the earth. There are many of those sick people who worship in the three major religions looking for inner peace. And there are some who sacrifice some of us in their devilish rituals. One thing for sure they lie, because they themselves are being used by the ones who control governments. White people have more problems than you can think of. This is why they try to hold us back. This is why they try to live their foolish life to the fullest physical degree. Their main objective is to bring you with them in all the things they do. So, as you think that they are doing you right, they are doing you wrong. To give you an example, I count the senses that you were born with, as taught by your teachers. You are supposed to have 5 senses. Those 5 senses are seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling. These people who you say are your friends tell you to eat 3 times a day and have snacks between meals. Eating 3 times a day puts a strain on your digestive system. By way of having to digest food all day and night. Your large intestine and your small intestine starts to get full and backs up. You are still eating because you think it is the right thing to do. After all your teacher told you it is alright. 3 meals a day and snacks in between. So now your entire system starts to strengthen. You start to have a pot belly. People with pot bellies are supposed to be living a good life. That is your physical determination from people who are sick and are illiterate. Now your system starts to back up and the food that you ate yesterday did not have a chance to digest. Or not justly. Because you keep overstuffing yourself. Now the smell of your food from yesterday that is spoiled starts to stink and people tells you your breath is stinking. Not only your breath is stinking, you now have poisoned, spoiled food in your body. Your other systems are overloaded and now your liver and your gallbladder don't work properly. Your oil glands are blocked with dirt because you did not wash your face all day. You have been away from home and you don't use our culture called voodoo. This is one reason that you have bad breath. You may want to protect those sick white people because we are by nature soft at heart. But this time the supernatural and spiritual is here. There is no stopping us, the truth will be told. The truth is the medicine that we, as original, have to use. The truth will untie the traps that around the necks of our children. So when the food stamp people are giving you all that food, don't think they are doing you a favor. When the Department of Correction gives you 3 meals a day and let you hide in your cell, they are not doing you a favor. You are working and can provide food on your table. They are not doing you a favor. We original people are the rulers of the entire planet Earth. If you notice that a thing is not extending any help in our struggle to get what is ours, the cursed white people are put in classifications of the grading system. Here are rich people who have been rich since that their families had slaves. They so-called change the laws and put the slavery system on legal business. And they tried to hide the fact that slavery exists. Slavery and slavery gets them the same wealth and power. They use words such as corporation, those who are cooperating; organization, those who organize the movement; government, those who govern and control the people. White people use workers to be like pawns on their chessboard. They use every part of the original people from our time in labor, the mental jobs and positions, our blood from hospitals to blood banks, hearts, eyes, livers, every part of our body is used to keep their life going all over the world. So you have the military, you have the religious body, and the politicians to control this new form of cussedness that is slavery. The people who govern your affair were given states. This is why each part of this country had different laws. This law ensured them that the originals will never be released. This is why the original people started to come to the city. From the top offices in Washington, D.C., the maker of the laws of the land who when Columbus discovered the country. All the delegates of Congress and the Senate that come from the United States through us, as slaves. Those poor white trash and that come from other countries into the great machine of slave air will always try to keep you down. As the general population is supposed to be represented by those elected officials. We are the last on their lines to receive anything that will benefit us. For when we start on find out what is going on, that is, when we the original black people who are descendants of the first slavery movement in America will excel and we will not need their representation. We have to come together and go for ours. Nobody is giving you nothing unless you deserve it. By using the unity that we have all over the world, we can eliminate those who have always offered us. We have been taught that there is 24 hours in a day. We also have been taught that each day is special and that tomorrow never comes. Points with these thoughts are used in our mind. Why do our present leaders in politics and the religious community agree on long-term solution to help the many situations that our neighborhood faces? For many years our leaders have sat at the bargaining table and had their own family in mind, selling out the people that they represent. The level of education of the leaders who represent the black community are being taught by those who have enslaved the minds of our people for over 400 years. 400 years. How can those who are in politics think that one day the truth of their confusion would not be told? For years the government of the United States of America in HTML politics has mishandled the lives of our people. Those who are of African slave descent should be able to see the plans for our destruction. Point every day of our lives the members of Congress, the governors, mayors and all the Senate and state representatives plan to hold us the original people in the traps that were set by the former slave owners. The education system of this great country has failed to give our people education so we can become self-sufficient. As the Board of Education lies to offer children with superficial knowledge that will be of no use in their future, politicians try to blind our people with false facts, lies, and phony situations that will never undo the traps that were purposely put here by those who are in control of the government in the name of politics have given our people false promises every 2 or 4 years since our arrival to the shores of the United States on slave ships. Depending on what government official is running, the lies that they tell our people are easily accepted. Campaign promises are never thought of after the election. The sad part of this is that our present-day political leaders that are black are faced with the same problems of the past, as they sit at the table with the same people who created the problems. The problems are real, the solutions that they agree on are weak and will never be able to help those of the neighborhood. As a believer in their number trap that has your people trapped into a world of the tomorrow that never comes. Point as you pray for help instead of helping yourself. This government has you those who worship. This is another lie that leads us to control you, the original people of the planet. Point each day you run to the newspaper stand to fill your mind with more fear and worry. Point some run to see If they hit the number legal and illegal point, some want to see the score for their favorite sport point, while all of you have ran away from your responsibility toward yourself, Trist and the children. Second, you sit on the train brain dead to the fact of life, hoping that your governor or mayor of your town pull you through these bad times. For your information, they are the ones that put you in this situation that you are in, not the politician or not the savior. Why? More and more money is allowed for large corporations to promote the killings, the rappings, and all the subliminal suggestions that are put on the radio, television, and the newest electronic games to train the general public to kill, hate, and steal more. Instead of looking for the answers that are in your soul, you walk around like zombies of the living dead. You have fallen asleep in the search for money, sex, get prize. You have abandoned your creator and the high level of decency that we are. Wake up to the truth of yourself, fear no longer, for I am is here, leaving a trail of answers for your troubled soul. State Master Spark, the teaching man, there is one question that I would like to address today. It is a question that most of my children do not understand. Once I answer the question, there will be many more. This will give you a foundation on how to take away one of the problems that you face each day. Question: why do you black people that are original say that the sick black man boy is now called the white man from the curse of leprosy is brainwashing the original black children in the public schools? Answer: the Board of Education is designed to teach our children their version of what they want us to believe is education. This disservice that is provided by the law of the land keeps the original black people stripped and fooled. This law of the land is said to provide education. This education they are talking about is the same education that has put our children under some strange spell that has them killing each other, robbing each other, raping, and disrespecting all forms of life. You cannot get good fruit from a bad tree. The educational system along with the correctional system are not doing anything for our people but destroying their minds. You cannot get good fruit from a bad tree, and that's what's happening to our children. As the children spend the most important part of their growing years in an environment that has been proven to destroy their productivity and peaceful existence on the planet Earth. As the children are growing up in these schools, 6 hours or more a day, for 20 to 16 years of their lives, productive young lives. Any person who stops and takes a close look can see that the present school system is not doing anything positive for our children. What they are doing is putting your child in their new form of slavery. The school system promises your child that if they be good, that they will give them a job. If they do good from those 12 years of miseducation and brainwashing away their greatness, they will only be able to work and be the new slaves for the sick black man boys now wish to be called white. After performing 12 years of service in the form of going down to their lives and false information, 12 years of our lives being educated only to be prepared for the laboring market. Every aspect of their skill is scientifically prepared to strip your child from their higher thoughts, morals, rituals of culture, and great history of the past. The first stage is give them useless knowledge to waste their precious time of curiosity. Mixing both intellect genders male and female in the same environment. This lost their foundation to be geared with the wrong characters. The character it breeds are those of a deteriorating value, those of jealousy, anger, hatred. Starting dishonest, values that escalates as the grades go up, as the child is taken away from their household without a firm foundation. This was suggested by those congressmen and senators who approved Thrift Start and Baker programs. These programs are mere to have new return, as part of the labor force and quick line disposable. Start. While the child medium is still in their growing stages. Through forced labor, high rents come of depressing recessions and the procedure of layoffs. These congressmen and new Roman gladiators who use such bragging titles as senators, senators. Sin. Chasing run it. In our direction, ours is our future souls young and old. There really means they were made, is the permission giving when you vote and accept their diction as ruler of the people. Or, the word or is the name of fear taken God, Ilar is spelled many ways and its definition is fire. The word Ilar means fire. There are many words that are used to give recognition to their taken God of the fire. This fire god that these people who were once black and now have a curse of leprosy on them was their only means of keeping warm in the new climate that was called the Caucasus Mountains. This is where they get the name Earth from. It means fire and rope was the 11 major tribes that came out of them. There are many names that keep these people in the worship of their ancestors. Senate or maid or governor govern the people with the power of the earth or war. Are being the five principles that was established many years ago. These rules go against everything that our brothers, who were called prophets, taught the people. The word prophet really stands to represent two words. These two words are one group two. If the word prophet are two words that really mean prove it, go, get. When someone asks you, are you going to do something? The word are is you are means fire. Other words such as your, no, earth power, pro, flower, you are, sour, so you are, all words with endings with the letters are, you are, or, and air, give praises to the pagan god of fire. And now I'm telling you, brothers, sisters, one day we will be free from the violence. People crying in the streets. The angel from above, all round and spreading wings of love. And we walk hand in hand. Father sings, we make it to the promised land. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Color Code, The Creation, Tablet 1, Epics of Creation and Before, 19 times 6, 114. Lo, my children, allow me to speak with you, for it is that time again, every 25,000 years, for the renewal of your way of life. Wow. Let me speak of you of the beginnings of life before and after the knowledge bestowed upon you of your own creation and the making of the planet called Earth. and many other planets of which you have no knowledge. For your soul, that is the emotional you, is about to embark upon a journey through time and space within existence, through a time not yet encountered by Behemoth, which is the human beast, and the human beings, the children of the Elohim. Within the confines of this holy tablet, you will embark upon knowledge that has never been before made clear as this for you by any. Let me start by telling you of the beings that existed trillions of Earth years ago, long before you, before human beings were created in the physical form upon the planet Tamat, now called Earth. There existed supreme beings of pure green light and sub-supreme beings of impure amber light. You cannot fully comprehend their beings because their time zone is much greater than your ability to comprehend at this point in time. Yet, this very tablet which you are holding, which I am holding in my hand, will open your eyes to the true zones in and beyond space. These supreme beings called Anunnaki, whose way of life was called the Wabble, was involved or endowed by El Kulum, the All, with a superior understanding, 720 degrees in all. Glory be to the one appointed, who is called in tones anew, and on earth El Elo, known to many by different titles, the best of which is Allah. Know that eventually the time will come when these supreme beings would have to descend upon this planet Earth in order to guide their inhabitants back toward their home in and beyond the stars, thereby helping them to become once again the supreme beings of the pure green light that had once were of. But first one must be sent to prepare a way, and that one is myself. And so it was, for once humans became rulers of the planet Earth, you gradually forgot that your purpose in life was to gain your way back towards the sustainer, which would be the token home, but instead you became engrossed in your own desires. While in pursuit of physical gratifications and material gain, humans forgot the purity which they were formed. As a result, you have strayed from the original ways of the universe and the spiritual path that led you to your true destiny, which is universal knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and right reasoning, called Nuwapu. Nuwapu informs you that there were three creations: original or primary creation, evolutionary or secondary, and ghostational or territory creation. Primary creation was performed by Nine Ether, whose science is the Wapo. Nine Ether is a combination of all existing gases of nature. Nothing anywhere would be as powerful as all existing gases. Therefore, Nine Ether is the most potent power in the boundless universes. Hence, Nine Ether is the original creator who grew all the universes. Creation means growth into form or a system, and destruction means change in form or composition. Nine ether is conscious and conscious gases. The Melanites came along with original creation. That is the same kind of ether forces that grew the universes. Therefore, the Melanites and their evolutionary descendants are the personification of the original creative forces. So you can say you are the personification of the original creative forces. You are a personification of the original creative forces. Simply, these Melanites created the universe in their etheric form. Nine ether then personified themselves as flesh and blood beings. There are two kinds of ether, nine ether and six ether. Nine ether produce six ether, and six ether produce ghosts. Nine ether becomes six ether through time and age. Six ether become ghosts through time and age. Six ether is nine ether in death. And ghost is the death of six ether. After the death of six ether, nine ether resurrects again. Six ether is the moon, and nine ether is the sun. Hence, six ether is adverse to nine ether, just as death is adverse to life. Now, all of this takes place within the all. It was then that the true force of the universes personified those supreme beings. The original Melanites personified by both sound and electric energy, both positive and negative. Electro being negative and magnetic being positive. Light or Illuminati being electro and light spectrum being magnesium. The cosmic ray for emerald being from cipher 001 nanometer, which is nana equaling the deity Sin, and meter equals mother or meter in tone matere, or meaning matter or material form, to 99,000 miles. Light is defined as a wavelength. Cosmic rays being the shortest, the longest being electric power. Between the two, the gamma rays, X-rays, electroviolet light rays, infrared light rays, microwaves, television waves, radio waves, and electric power. Television waves and radio waves are all forms of light laser. There is also the visible spectrum, which runs from 400 nanometers to 700 in wavelength. So take note, bullet point, the visible spectrum, which runs from 400 nanometers to 700 in wavelength. Nanometers being nana, the deity sin, and meter. With all light flowing through a prism, it becomes 6 colors: yellow, blue, red, green, orange, and purple. Yellow, blue, green, red, orange, and purple. Light in its spheric form is at its atomic level. When you see full spectrum light, it is physical state. It manifests as blackness. That is, all light and color combined are blackness. And the manifestation of the solid form of light is called melanin. Thus, they manifest from the great circle and throne of wisdom to this meager place. This is how the events of creation and procreation were recorded. When life existed in and beyond the stars, the all is and was and will be. And felt within a love, a divine love that is unknown or felt by those disagreeable beings. And thus emotions were. At the first birth of emotions was the birth of motion. Things gradually began to move about, and it was then that movement and motion was conceived out of triple darkness, for the light birthed the chaos. Thus, the motion to create did manifest in existence, and all that exists within the all. And thus, things became what they were to become, known as, before they was existed, or what they would exist as. This is true caring. If you say you love Anu, who is also known as El Elun, who is also called in tones Allah by the Muslims, the ones who are said to be of peace. But be on your guard, for they too have been invaded by the disagreeable ones, children. You have Yahweh by the Hebrews, you have Theos by the Christians, and God by many others who were appointed by the All as your caretaker. He appointed one of the Yahwehans called Tammuz, son of Ishtar and Inanna, Nana or Nana Sin, Isis or Aset, also called Astari, Astareth, Faragayan, or Sybil, also Sybil and Cali. This Tammuz was also called in tones Horus, Theos, Yeshua, Isa, Jesus, Christos, a son of Damuzi, who is also called Osiris, Usa, Dionysius, and Allah, and the Abba of Tammuz, or Abba Ta'ala, the Heavenly Father, son of the Heavenly One, Anu. Thus, it is said that this Tammuz, then the Elohim, or Enosites, began to call upon the name of Yahuwah. Then why do you not have faith in him? And if you say you have faith by way of him, who is your caretaker, Anu, who appointed Yeshua HaMashiach, called Isa, or Jesus, and Tammuz. Then I ask you, why do you not trust in him? For it is El that is trustworthy. If you say you love him, why do you not strive towards him? And if you say you are sensible, then why do you not tremble at the mention of Anu? Surely it is Anu that has been appointed to be your caretaker and has appointed the appointed one. This appointment of Anu was done by the all within the all, and the appointment of the anointer was done by Anu, both being Yahwehians in the all. It is he, Anu, who has transformed from Etherians into flesh, embodied in a body, and then returns at will to ether. He was the appointed El-Elo, Allah, who saw the confusion which was caused by the confusions of emotions. The collision of emotions in this solar system came into being as time passed. It became known emotionally as that which is right to do and that which is wrong to do. Those who agree and those who disagree. The act that is good and the act that is evil. Thus, the birth of will is the beginning of confusion. And confusion arose, and this soberness was felt in his heart. Out of the divine love and great concern with compassion and caring, he began to call out and ordered all the blessed and chosen children of the all, the Etherians, who incarnated in the form of an Anunnaki, which is known to be as Elohim or Naturu, as known to the ancient Egyptians. He ordered them to incarnate in the spirit with the responsibilities for this new desolate solar system. It was here that life of all kinds and spiritual beings lived and thrived. Those extraterrestrial, the sky dwellers who came to the planet Earth, be they extraterrestrials, angels, angelic beings, or they be terrestrial, that is, of this planet Earth. The land dwellers, and even those beings who came on land from the deep sea. And these species, all of which were agreeable people and disagreeable people, did tread to and fro on the earth's surface, the ground, and swam in the seas, and flew in the skies of the planet Earth. But by the disorder of these disagreeable species was destruction. Destruction by meteorites caused, and that caused the light of the sun to be hidden by the dust cloud. The daylight had gone where pure light was once was, and no light reigned. Void was upon the surface of the deep, offering his spirit beings to hover over the surface of the deep, while the Great Spirit prepared for the reconstruction of this now desolate place. It was to be a great replenishing, yet not without fault, for life does and shall dwell beneath the deep. A rejuvenation and another chance was in the heart and mind of the Most Holy Spirit. So one was selected from amongst the many to do the guardian over these beings. To be born to be El Rahman, the merciful, and El Rahim, the yielder. El Rahim, he who is wise one. El Qudus, he who is the holy. El Rauf, he who is the kind. And he who is the establisher of peace, he who is the peace, El Salam. The faithful, the one and only sustainer of the solar system. And when my soul was spoken unto me, and had confirmed in my heart and mind, glory be to the patient, Selah. Glory be to the seer, El Basir. Glory be to Anu, he who is the withholder, El Mani. Glory be to the sustainer, El Qayyum. Glory to be he who is the righteous, El Bar. Glory be to Allah, he who is the yielder, El Shafi. Glory be to the first, El Wal. Glory be to the honorer, El Mu'izz. Glory be to the evident, El Thar. Glory be to Anu, he who is the sufficient. Glory be to El Yaum. El, he who is the protector. Glory be to El Musawir. El Elo, he who is the fashioner. And glory be to the helper. And glory be to the one, El Wahid. Glory be to the only one. And glory be to the prevailing, El Muqaddir. Glory be to the deferrer, El Muqaddir. Glory be to the forewarner, El Muqaddim. Glory be to the destroyer, El Dar. Glory be to the light, El Nur. Glory be to El Yahuwah, he who is the benefit, Selah. Glory be to the watcher, El Raqib. Glory be to the glorious, El Majid. Being one of the Anunnaki, he is called Anu, the source, who is the son of Anshar, and Kisar, the chosen son, who is the faithful, O Anunnaki. He who has descended into and around me, guard me in all that I do, help me in that I may help all humans. Let me speak from your heart and not try to from my own. Let me care from your heart and not try to care from my own. Let me see from your eyes and not try to see from my own. I, Melchizedek, known in tone as Yana El Kut, as Saeed El Hadi El Mahdi, as Manubi Rafat, as Rabboni Yeshua Bar El Hadi, who is the Malachis Z York. Of today, I am to serve, not rule. Make me of the best of your servants. I am to fix that which is broken. I incarnate from time to time for those who are in need of my presence in the flesh. I am an angelic being. Tablet 2, the beginning. In the very beginning was the word, nothing would exist if Anu, Elyon, El did not create it. And nothing was created except by the way of Allahu Al-Akbar. He was and is and will be the intelligent intellect, which is also called right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. He was not always the green solar light, but created himself into a green light to be witness of his creation as El Ilah, El Rab, sustainer of glory, illuminating the green light of Michael from himself to rule Malakut, the highest of all the rabbits of the Anunnaki, Elohim, of the crystal essence, which is the splendor of beauty. The crystal essence became divided into two parts. One was extremely pure and illuminous. However, the other appeared to the vision of the intellect to be inferior to the first. The first was called light, the pure green light, the light of the Anunnaki, seraphim, those agreeable beings. And the second was called fire, the impure amber light, the light of the Anunnaki cherubim, those disagreeable beings. Of the first is to come noble and superior individuals. The souls of the news bearers, the apostles, and Messiah, El Mahdi, and Mujadid, and the people of the right hand. All agreeable things are created from the green light in a benefit beings. The Anunnaki, Yowayan, Seraphim, and it manifests green, but in time, as the iron separated the magnesium molecule, the pure melanin was lost, thus from green to rust. On the sound, on the second, the fire was created. The malevolent beings, the Illuminati, which are the jinns, the disagreeable Anunnaki, the disagreeable Yahwehians, who are the cherubim. The cherubim, a race of disagreeable Anunnaki, who were created before Zaka. These are followers of Tanish, or Shachar, or the Luciferian. 1/3 of these beings from Ilium were cast from their home in the 19th galaxy. Ilium, where the Akasha records are kept, as opposed to the Sajin, where the Azaret records are kept, to make a new home in the Orient constellations. Now we speak about the cycles. The cycles, the first cycle was a dot in the universe. Then that dot became a line. The line became a wall. The wall became a square, and thus geometry was created and dimensions were formed. When the Elohim of the 360 degrees of being split into two beings of 180 degrees each. If the male child is agreeable, the female twin counterpart is disagreeable. If the female is agreeable, the male twin counterpart is disagreeable. The one must conquer the other. In this way was the disagreeable being created, calling them twins. The creation of the Luciferians, or jinn, was the end of the first cycle. The creation of the Luciferian, or jinn, was the end of the first cycle. The beginning of the second cycle was a half diameter of 7,000 years, in which you have what you call the angelic beings, being the agreeable, which is called seraphim, or disagreeable, which is called cherubim. They, the race of Nuptas, were cast down and made to dwell on the second plane. El Elo, the source, gave them rules and comfort until the end of the second cycle, or the 14,000 year of their creation. At the beginning of the third cycle, you have the disagreeable cherubims, the agreeable seraphims, both of which are called the Yahwehians or Jehovah's. And also you have the Adamites or Adamites, which took 7,000 years. After that, the Nactus began to do disagreeable acts and disobey. El Elo, the head, Yahweh, the source, condemned them. The Noctus, also called Lucifer, was an extra being on terror, or what you refer to as extraterrestrial, or extraterrestrial. The Luciferians came out of a group of extraterrestrial beings called the Yahwehians. sometimes called the Jehovah's. The Luciferians would interfere with the beings on the planet called Earth and pass themselves off as gods. The Luciferians, after taking their independence, were allowed to work with the Yahwehians together at one time to conquer certain portions of the planet. But one such Luciferian named Halal, son of Shachar, wanted to rule all the stars of the heavens, meaning all the Uayans. Leviathan, or the Luciferians, were being have been trying to gain control of this planet for many thousands of Earth years. They are called the sex spirit forces, also called Orne. They are able to seduce and deceive all those whose desire on earth turning lust to luster, thereby attracting and controlling all with it, as Nicobar was seduced by the Leviathan powers of lust. It is the death of divinity and the birth of mortality. That's why the Intergalactical Confederation quarantined the planet. And if enough entities were looking for freedom from the control of the Luciferians, the Intergalactical Confederation would remove these forces from the earth. Yet humans love to lust and lust to love. Expression, energy, and motion, overexerting their emotions, bringing about their spiritual death. There is a group called the Satanists, who are not the same as the Luciferians. The other names are the Divines and the Nahashites, or Canas. These Satanists are more sadistic than the Luciferians and are also called Nuctans, simply Satan spelled backwards. They're also called Shay, Tan, Nathan. They have supplanted themselves in every facet of your life can think of, and now they have you naming yourself after them. The Satanists seek mind control and dominance, while the Luciferians seek to control the energies of others. These are best described as vampires who draw energy from others, called Dracula, Dracos, or other serpents, dragons, called Leviathan. Confederation Leviathan. Let's go back. The Satanists are more sadistic than the Luciferians and are also called Nukters, simply Satan spelled backwards. They have supplanted themselves in every facet of life you can think of, and now have you naming yourself after them. The Satanists seek mind control and dominance, while the Luciferians seek to control the energies of others. They are best described as vampires who draw energy from others, called Dracula, Dracos, serpent dragons called Leviathan. These Leviathans, or Luciferians, are from a planet called Maldik, the 11th planet. This planet, called Earth, has Luciferians and Yahwehians, and some of them are disagreeable Elohims. They don't usually work together. However, they will come together if there are certain common interests. There were the original four. They were the original 4 and 20 elders. They were 12 ex-Luciferians, the dissatisfied. The other 12 was agreeable deniers. This is why you have 12 satisfied and 12 dissatisfied. Shakar subjected all of them, the Jehovah's, called Luciferians, to the chastisement of prediction, except the weak ones of the family of the Elohim. Thus, he has pardoned and has appointed one of them, is called Halashi, to be their governor, and he granted them a new law called religion. It was other than the Wabble, or sound right reasoning. When the cycle eclipsed, the wicked sons of Tarnish blasphemed and committed disagreeable acts because their nature was intended to recalcitrate or to show defiance. Anu, Elyon, El, the Most High, sent Murdoch, the son of Enki and Damnika, who is Michael El, and the agreeable beings to admonish them and advise them. However, it was in vain. Murdoch was sent because he knew their nature, having been the disagreeable twin to his sister Balat, who is also agreeable. So in the beginning of the 4th cycle of the 7,000 years, you have cherubims and humans, later called human. But they, be they agreeable or disagreeable, you see the cycle has been broken up into 4s. When these disagreeable beings were cast out, 1/3 of them were cast out from the 19th galaxy Ilium to Tarnish. Now you have the sun and you have 10 planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Titan, Uranus, Neptune, Plato, which are your calculations of the planet. However, you shall know the truth. Now, let me continue. You have the sun and the planet Mercury, Venus, and Earth. Earth is the 3rd planet from the sun, which is the 93 million miles away. And the 93rd attribute of Allah is El Nur, which means the light. The sun is the light, the 93rd attribute. And the number 90 and 3 million miles is the distance, and this is no coincidence. The sun is the bright morning star. The circumference of the planet Earth, which is the circle around it, is 24,896 miles. That varies because, as you know, your planet expands and contracts seasonally. There are a universal equinox and an earthly equinox. The planet Earth goes around the sun, called solar, which is the center of the solar system, 65 and 300 Earth days. This varies because the hours in a day are not always 4 and 20, but can be 3 and 23 hours, 6 and 50 minutes, 6 seconds. You would calculate this to be one day when in reality it varies. The moon moves around the planet 54 and 300 Earth days. Again, the moon cycle varies, and you call that one lunar year. So now you have this motion of the moon around the planet and your planet around the sun. And you have this whole galaxy or solar system, central solar, with systematic bodies moving around it. It moves around a larger mass every 20 and 4,000 Earth years. Of course, that varies in an equinox. So the equinox varies from 20 and 24,000 to 24,896 years. The planet called Earth positioned itself in the location of the revolution of Earth in the year 1970, which was the end of the third cycle as you know it, the end of the moon cycle of the water, and the birth of the sun cycle. Also the birth of these writings set to renew the Earth's history. 1970. As you see, the wise Rician, which is also called the Anunnaki, have made land to equal 1 mile per year. And the circumference of the planet Earth is 24,896 miles. It takes 24,896 years for that to take place. The wise round the figure off into 4 cycles of the 6,000 years, which you call one equinox or an age. The other years are in constant speed and moment of this planet, making it right and exact. They, the elders, have made land 1 mile equal each year of the which time is the renewing of our history. What happens is we have 4 cycles in this cycle called a equinox. Thus, you will see the single cycle is gone, and now we're into the quad cycle. By that, I mean the quad cycle, which is this: assuming your sun and your planet is moving. It doesn't move perfectly around. It moves in an egg-shaped motion. It is broken up into points 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are 2 points which the planet is far away from the sun, called solstices. Thus you have 4 seasons: winter and spring, summer and fall, called seasons. Now, that is just the planet and its motion around the sun. But note, when you take your solar system and cause it to revolve around a larger mass, the universe, there are also 4 periods. The furthest period from the sun are called silver periods, or the silver ages. So you have an age, 7,000 years, periods, forms, silver periods, silver ages. That is the moon cycle. You have 2 silver or moon cycles. Because the magnetic pull that the sun has, the Earth's elliptic motion speeds up and slows down. Your planet is not going around and around at the same speed as you may want to think. You will see that each one of these periods, because of the number 4 and 20, has been divided into 4 6,000-year cycles. The first 6,000-year cycle period was from the first silver moon cycle, which was the first cycle that the earth was furthest away from the sun, to the first gold cycle, which was the first cycle that the earth was closest to the sun. The second 6,000-year period was from the first gold sun to the second silver moon. The third 6,000 years period is from the second silver moon to the gold sun. And the fourth and final 6,000-year period is going to be from the second gold sun back to the beginning, the very first silver moon. In the fourth cycle, the Luciferian race made war upon the Anunnaki of the pure green light. The Elohim triumphed over the race of Jinn and captured one of them who was under the age of maturity, named Iblis, meaning despaired or rebellious one. His other name was Lucifer, being the liberated Luciferian. Iblis was educated amongst the Anunnaki, and he improved by the degree so much that he was honored and made a teacher of the Anunnaki. You must remember that Lucifer, being one of the most rare Luciferians, was almost all in all polarized. Lucifer was a product of a mixed marriage, being the son of two beings. The reptilian Tarnish raped the Anunnaki Mylida. The Lucifer was part reptilian and part Anunnaki. This is why he was called the serpent that spoke beside the tree in the enclosed garden of delight. Thus, there were beings who appeared to have a compromising attitude or personality. Yet, it was Lucifer who appeared to be headstrong and have a disagreeable nature and an uncompromising attitude or personality. However, from his loins came Jabarians called Gaborim, or majestic mighty ones. The strength of the Luciferians made them able to better deceive the seed of Adam by their physical human-like appearance, and he, Iblis, aspired to become the guiding light, the ruler, the sultan of all the stars of the heavens, the prince of the cherub. In his heart, he sought the very throne of Anu. He was called Samael in short, with a vapor of self-complacency and conceit, which is the real nature of Iblis. Next, he wanted to scale the skies to control and to rule all of the stars, Yahwehans, the angelic hosts, the heavenly ones. Very often he would incite unnecessary arguments, pretended his excellence by means of deceitful illusion and diabolical stratagems. Once some of the company of the agreeable Anunnaki were going to have a look at the preserved table, the holiest of the holy scriptures, upon which contained the records of the past and the future, called the Manure, Illuminati records, or the Akasha records. On their return, Iblis perceived marks of grief on their foreheads and asked them for the cause. They replied, "This day we have obtained the information from the tablet that one of the Anunnaki, Cherubim, Mukharabaun, the companion of Michael El, of the mansion of the Eternal, shall soon be affected with ejection and everlasting damnation." Everyone was afraid for his own sake, and we request you to pray that the guardian Anunnaki may allow none of us to fall into this misfortune. We are very much terrified and dismayed. Then Iblis answered them, saying, "Let not this disturb you, for that judgment refers neither to me nor to you. I have for years been aware of it and have not communicated it to anyone." The pride and arrogance of Iblis did not allow him to weigh the words of the Anunnaki. At that time, the blessed proclamation reached the hearings of the inhabitants. The echo of the success of Zaka reached their ears. On hearing the news, their depressed ejaculation prevented their being from their kindled anger of the unhallowed, disagreeable doer Iblis. And he spoke, saying, "How can mortals created of dust claim to be a being of superiority, and I am created before him of the fire?" So the Anunnaki, having guessed the event to come from the son of Tanish, said to Elo, "Will you make mischief? Maker in it one who shall shed blood." This was repeated by the Kushites on the planet Earth by the command of Anu Elo, Michael, son of Enki, and Damkina, the grandson of Anu, who would descend into the fourth plane. He advised and warned the race of Nuktars who had gone astray from the straight path. This took place before the physical war was waged with them. It was a mental war, and the agreeable Anunnaki were victorious. This, however, would not be the last time that the forces of agreeable and disagreeable would do battle. So be not arrogant of our knowledge. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as with the wise. For the limits of knowledge in any field has never been set, and no one has ever reached them. Wisdom is rarer than emeralds, and yet they are found amongst the women who gather at the grindstones. Be diligent as long as you live. Always do more than is commanded of you. Do not misuse your time while following your heart, for it is offensive to the soul to waste time. Tablet 3, the story of Lucifer, 19 times 1, 19 verses. "O my children, let me warn you about Lucifer and his host. Do not fall into the delicacies of Lucifer and his host. O you who are of the faithful, reject Lucifer and his companions. Lucifer comes in many forms to trick and deceive you, the faithful ones. Lucifer, the evil reptilian, who is also called Halal and Samael, also was number 3 of his order. And when he was commissioned by Murdoch, he was designated as one of the 100 most able and brilliant personalities, and more than 700,000 of his kind. However, from such a magnificent beginning, through evil and error, he was encouraged disagreeable acts. Lucifer was self-nourished to point of self-deception, that he actually persuaded himself that his contemplation of rebelliousness was actually for the good of the system, if not of the universe. Lucifer became insincere, and evil evolved into deliberate and willful disagreeable acts. Lucifer believed that the universal Father did not exist, that physical gravity and space energy were inherited in the universe. He believed that the sustainer was a myth invented by the paradise son to enable them to maintain the rule of the universe in his father's name. Lucifer contended that the local system should be autonomous. He protested against the right of Michael. He was willing to acknowledge Michael as his creative father, but not as his rightful ruler. He had claimed that the whole plan of worship was a clever scheme to glorify the Elohim. He was totally rebelled against the order of Anu, the Most High, the highest, and caused mischief and war in the heavens. This was not the first war. The first war was with his father, Humbaba, or Tanish, against Murdoch. And that will be in Tablet 4, The War of the Skies. I just want to let you know this is what the show. This is what I do each day. This is how it go. Everything you want to say, now you let me know. This is what we do today. Everything I do for you, make it this be true. Everything you want to say, this is what I do. Everything I do for you, make it true. Make it true every day. Make it true. This I say to you today. Hey. Let me see. Yeah. Aye, oh, 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 aye, oh, oh. What can do? Similar do? Hey, oh. Another type of flow. The in my business, mind your business. Go on, leave me alone. Be nosy in my business, leave me alone. Being nosy, leave me alone. I didn't ask you to be here. You want to go? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm never gonna let you die. But you took for me to say the things you wanna. You wanna talk that stuff to go. Why? Yes, indeed. Well. It's a mixture. Slow man in, slow man in. What the? Slow man in. How many times? It is like that, just like this. And everything that we do it in I've been acting like I be like that, but it don't matter because I do what's fast and never would, never would, never would. It don't ring no, it don't in the end, me and the other way. It is the rap that it is the bad, the other way. Ooh, do you, hey, ooh, ooh, do you, I talk to you, ooh. In the makings of my creation, as I give those vibrations that spin, those that make me hear, make you eat, right there. That's why you have to say, hey, no. What you say don't matter. It has no. There's no way they can hold you mentally. And if your mind connected, that's what it do. That's what it do. But if the mind is not connected, we won't talk about that. Ain't no need to talk about the things that don't need to be talked about. We're gonna put some emphasis on that because that will not be for many times. Okay, so now when you think of things, you have to think of big things.
when people talk about they want something big, they use big to describe something that they don't know what they're talking about. As yet, it's what they want. It's what they want. But to get to the real of the path, what they want, that don't matter. That's what I'm talking about. That's the evidence of the materialistic junk. I cannot do the things that don't matter. Mainly, you have to push through to be light years ahead. To be really light years ahead of it. And you know, you have to say more than light years ahead. As we move along, you have to push. Because once you achieve something, and if you're on the wrong side, you got nothing. This is how we rock and shock. With the band at the bottom. Today, when we show you better. Today, when we show you a better way. This what I have to say. It's another day. You and you, don't know what you do all the time. And say, we desire. Right. You get, it's a rarity. It gets to the getting when you get down. Before that, different face. Have to keep moving, keep it moving. Never know. You never know. Never know. This and that, and this, what we doing, and that makes what. Can you do it? Just what? Hey, it is fun.